Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How's it going, guys? Whew. I hope you're doing well today. I hope you're doing okay. Do not spread false rumors. I am not on time. I was 1 minute late today. I tried. I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. Oh my goodness. We've got a little bit of a show today. We've got, by the way, what's up to Rumble and Odyssey as well. I don't say hi enough to you guys. I know you're there and I watch the chats. I do. So just so you know, and I appreciate you guys being here. As much of a pain in the ass as those two platforms can be, to set up this stuff. I'm hoping that they nail that setup at some point and make it much smoother. Because, you know, I do know that there are people who like to be off of the mainstream platforms. And so I try to provide a couple places to do that. But with that, hi Rumble. Hi Odyssey. How are you guys? You don't want a bit of a show? You want a whole show? Oh, baby. We're going to do it. We're going to figure it out. We're going to get it. We're going to get a show going. I'm feeling pretty good today. Even though I drove like 5 hours. Driving is more tiring than fucking running. Have you guys noticed that? Have you noticed, like, for me anyway, like you put me in a car for 5 hours and I would have rather run 10 miles than that. That's some bullshit. But yeah. Hey, what's up, Good Logic? Your raid didn't work? That's okay, buddy. I always appreciate you sending people over here anyway. We got to chat soon, man. It's been way too long. But anyway, so we've got a show today to do, of course. The main topics are simple. We're going to briefly talk about Johnny Depp's response to Amber Heard. That's kind of first on the menu. Once we get past the intro stuff, that's kind of first on the menu is Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Now, I haven't done this in a long time, but the reason I say once we get past the intro stuff is a really critical thing. And if you haven't been watching the show forever, you may not know why I do this and you may not like it, or some people might kind of have an issue with it. But let me clarify my reasoning, and then you can call me a dumb piece of shit. That's fine. The reason I don't start like talking about the first topic right away on a stream is because it typically takes people at least 20 to 30 minutes to really filter in. And if I start a topic right away, a bunch of people come in and say, what are we talking about? What do we do? Blah, 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 blah. And so I've been doing this a long time. I watch the numbers. I notice how people filter in from notifications and all of that stuff. And so I tend to wait a little bit to start the topics for that reason. Yes, people could rewind. Yes, we could do all of that. But generally speaking, I find it for my show, which is also a live show and free flowing anyway, that just works better for me. It allows me to kind of warm up, we'll say, get into the flow of talking, and then also let a bunch of people filter in as they go. And for all the people with great suggestions about how, well, if you just started talking right away, people would show up on time, stop it. You're wrong. You can have that opinion and you'll always be fucking wrong, but that's okay. That's why I do it. And you don't have to like it. No one ever asked you to. But if you do like it, click like on the stream. And if by it, I mean either the stream or my breasts, either one. If you like my low cut shirts and my obvious cleavage. Or if you just like the content of the stream, please click like. But that being said, so the first topic, I'm trying to not do a bunch of Depp stuff. I know there's some people out there still doing Depp shows like every day or, a couple times a week. I'm not. So the only reason I'm addressing this is because we've got kind of the back and forth between Johnny Depp's team, between Amber Heard's team about this motion for a new trial or to set aside the verdict. We're not going to go through all of it. 48 pages from Amber Heard, written by Elaine Bredehoft, and they're stupid, pointless. 30 something pages from Depp's team in response. We're not going to read all that. We don't need to. We're going to get to the critical issues here in the brief, and we're just going to talk about them. And I'll tell you why I'm already right about this. Even before I read anything, before I saw the response, I told you the reason that this isn't going to get set aside over a juror. Now, there are fat, stupid lawyers on Twitter who think that this juror issue is going to somehow cause a mistrial. Very, very unlikely in this case. Certainly, everything is possible. Everything is possible. But we're going to hit that main section of the argument because that's the critical question that has much merit at all. The rest of the questions are stupid. And the fact that they filed out this frivolous motion in the way that they did should really just belie how dire their situation is, frankly. It's like the stuff they're reaching for is not stuff that overturns jury verdicts. It just doesn't. But the one question that some people give credibility to is this juror number 15, I believe, and a misidentification of the juror that they claim. And so we're going to look at Depp's arguments against it because they're the reasons I've already basically told you. So, and that's why it's probably not going to get overturned because our system, this is one thing to always remember about the court system in the United States. It is imperfect because no system can actually be executed perfectly, but it is flexible to allow those imperfections. And I don't agree with this on the criminal side, but it makes a lot more sense on the civil side. It allows those imperfections so long as each party has an opportunity to remedy the imperfections and so long as there is not sufficient prejudice to either party. Once you have those two things, you fulfill sort of the constitutional due process idea where you have notice of an issue and an opportunity to remedy the issue. In this case, the notice is both sides being present for voir dire of the jurors and never objecting to the fact that this particular juror was placed on the jury pool or jury panel. They're pulled out of the jury pool, placed on the jury panel, and apparently no one fucking complains. Well, if no one complains, like what's the misidentification? What's gone wrong here? How did you not know? Why didn't you catch this earlier? Why didn't you complain about it in a timely manner? Before a 7-week trial that cost the state probably millions of dollars, plus cost each party millions of dollars. Next, in the event that something bad did occur, that some misidentification did occur, and I don't know, but if that actually happened, where's the prejudice? Where's the harm to your client that is sufficient to overturn a unanimous jury verdict? Now, granted, that's one of the jurors, but it's a unanimous verdict. So all of the other jurors agree with this one person. So why does this prejudice you? Completely different in the criminal system, by the way. The criminal system, these questions should be mistrials. Everything should fall in favor of the defendant in a criminal trial, period. That's my personal opinion. They don't. Not everything does. But in my personal opinion, every deference should be given to the criminal defendant because that's what the Constitution basically says. And that's an idea of ordered liberty. But we're not in the criminal system. We're in a civil system. So you don't have an advantage to the state. you've got an advantage to either party A or party B. So you have to show how this potential misidentification of a juror would actually get you to sufficient prejudice in favor of Johnny Depp over Amber Heard. So that's the stuff we're going to be talking about, but we're going to let other lawyers explain it to us in their brief. That'll be great. They're great lawyers. Clearly, they won an almost unwinnable case for Johnny Depp in the first place. So we'll see what they say. But I have a feeling, and full disclosure, I have only read the subtext headline. So everything I've just told you, maybe they'll tell me I'm wrong. Maybe they'll say something completely the opposite, but I doubt it. I think what I've told you is probably basically on point with it. So we're going to talk about that. The other thing we're going to talk about today is, because I'm not done losing subscribers yet, we're going to talk about some more stuff involving Roe versus Wade, mainly because it's in the news. Now, I'm not and have never been here to convince people of what their stance on abortion should be. I'm unabashed and unapologetic about my stances on abortion, and I do that for a very specific reason. You should understand my biases when I'm talking about a very, very critical subject for a lot of people. Abortion is a hot button, a lightning rod. It has been ever since I remember. It has always been controversial. It has always been significantly argued over. It's one of the reasons why stare decisis does not hold the court so firmly to its original decision, because since Roe versus Wade passed, there have been challenges to Roe versus Wade, and they have never stopped. They have never relented. So with that, know that I'm not here to tell you how to approach abortion. What I'm here to do is talk about the court's legal reasoning behind the decisions, and then subsequent branches of government's legal reasonings behind the decisions and how it's reported in the media. That's what I'm here to do. But you should know my biases on it. I am fully pro-life. I'm radically pro-life. But at the same time, let me be very clear on this. I do not want a federal prohibition of abortion. I think it's the right thing to do. I think it'd be great, but I really think it belongs in the hands of the states. I think that's the way the Constitution is written. I think the Constitution allows many of these issues to be handled stateside. I do not believe there is a fundamental constitutional right to an abortion, and I certainly don't believe there was one in the way that Roe versus Wade envisioned. That being said, maybe there is one somewhere that could be found in some way. I haven't seen an argument presented for it at this point in time. But that being said, again, I keep saying that being said, all of that encompassed in this one statement, I believe that Roe is a controversial issue that belongs to the people and to the states. It's not given to the federal government in the Constitution, and I don't think it's even implied to the federal government in the Constitution. Now, people might say, well, why can't guns be handled by the states? Here's the simple reason. Guns are explicitly removed from the democratic process with the Second Amendment, guns and other arms. Now, the fact that the U.S. has trampled over that since 1939 is the only reason that gun restrictions are actually permissible, is because they literally violated the Constitution in 1939 and have decided that since they did that, they might as well keep doing it. And I wish the reasoning were different. I wish I was making a joke about that, but it's not. But to say that guns and abortion rights are comparable rights is completely wrong. And I know some of my colleagues here on YouTube, who I'm very friendly with, hold the position that just because abortion is not, or is an unenumerated right versus an enumerated right, like the Second Amendment, enumeration, numbering, the Second Amendment, number 2, right? It's enumerated, abortion is not. And they say that doesn't mean that they're on unequal footing. And while that's kind of true in theory, the problem is there has to be an unenumerated right that exists to be on par with an enumerated right in the first place. And then we have to determine if they should. In this case, abortion isn't enumerated, nor is it unenumerated, and it never has been. Except for during the brief dark ages of 1973, or whenever Roe was decided, 72, something like that, through 2022. So that being said, all of that, that's the show today. We're going to talk about Joe Biden's executive order. We're going to talk about a great piece from the New York Times talking about how pro-choice states are better for business than, and that's going to be the marketing tool. And then I think there's a Roe versus Wade adjacent case where a woman is saying that a baby in her womb qualifies her for the HOV lane. And so that's kind of interesting to me. And then we'll see where else we go. And if we can go all over the map as in any show, those are the things. Did you hear that Hunter Biden's iCloud account got hacked? Just briefly, did you hear about that? Did you see the pictures on it? Whew. And have you heard of Pedo Pete? All of those oh, and before you shit on my $5 polo shirt here, know this. I have a 28-day vacation coming up that I have to pack for. So I'm wearing only the shittiest shirts that I own until I leave because I'm packing all the good clothes that I have. So you could probably make fun of me for the next several days until I leave. But yeah, welcome to Target. I love you is this shirt. Unironically bought the shirt at Target a while back. They had $5 polos there. So I just bought like 10 of them. It was great. Nice shirt, Fed. Dude, I almost went. So I left my main sunglasses at my in-laws' house. And I was tempted to go buy some Fed Ray-Bans today, but I decided not to. Have you worked at Auto so long? But yeah, so anyway, that's what's going on. It'll be great. A couple final things before we get started. I was on a live stream earlier today with Irudi from the Geeks and Gamers tabletop gaming channel. I will be doing a Dungeons and Dragons campaign with Quarter Black Garrett and a couple other people that I haven't had the opportunity to meet yet because I missed the first stream. But today I did the character creation stream with them. It's linked on my Twitter and on Locals, I believe. I put it on both. So you can check those out if you want. It was pretty short, like 45 minutes or so. But it's kind of just preparation for the campaign, which starts on the 25th of July. That's not next Monday or this coming Monday, but it's the next one. So that's that. That's going to run 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Central every Monday. So I'm going to be streaming for 3 hours of video gaming right before, and I'll have an hour break before starting my 11 o'clock show on Mondays. There may be some Mondays in which I don't have a show following the D&D show. Kind of depends on what I've had time to do that day. But that will be happening. It starts on the 25th. Yes, I'll be doing the shows while on vacation when possible. And I think it's going to be there. I think there's only one day I might miss. So it'll be silly. If you're into that type of stuff, it's going to be full of jokes and memes and comedy and a little bit of tabletop. Imagine it's Critical Role, but less femmy. Except when you realize that my character is a tentacle summoning fairy. Okay, so it's like Critical Role and just as femmy. Okay, so that was earlier today. The other thing, I've been doing some Locals live streaming lately, specifically Locals live streaming. And I just want to say the people who have shown up have seemed to really enjoy them quite a bit. So I am trying to incorporate more of those streams. If you want to make sure you don't miss those, they're way different than these streams. The local streams are really just relaxed, hang out. I typically have a drink, maybe a cigar, and just chat with the chat. YouTube is a 20-second delay on the chat, makes it hard to directly interact. Locals has no delay on the chat. So it's just right there. We just sit and have a conversation basically about whatever. It's very fun. It's very, open. And it's just kind of a nice, relaxed sort of environment. So I've been doing those a little more often. And if you want to make sure you don't miss them, you can sign up to Locals for free and watch them for free. There's no cost. You just have to have a Locals account, which requires an email address. Doesn't even have to be yours. You just have to have access to it or whatever. Don't tell them I said that. But it's recadalaw.locals.com. It's linked in every single video in the description if you need a link to it. But recadalaw.locals.com will get you there. If you want to participate beyond just watching, if you want to engage in the chat and all of that stuff, it's $5 a month. I believe there's also an option to do like a one time for $2 or something. But, I don't know if that's fully implemented. If not, it's coming. But I think it may be, because I think they wanted it for that 2000 Mules documentary. But that's coming. But anyway, if you like that type of environment, check it out again for free. I'm not asking anybody to sign up. I mean, if you want to sign up for Locals, I love you. You're great. But if you don't want to sign up for Locals, you're okay. And I only like you instead of love you, but you're still pretty good. Almost as good as your friend over there who's signed up. But that's up to you. I just want to make sure people know where they can watch them for free. Because if you just like click on the link during showtime, it tries to get you to sign up. And I'm here to tell you, you don't have to sign up for money to watch them, but you might have to create that Locals account in advance and just click the follow button once you have it. Because I don't want anybody to think they have to pay to engage that content. You don't. Now there's stuff on Locals that I do that is exclusive. That's a little different. Cooking streams and Discord and stuff like that. But those chilled out streams are free for everybody. Okay. That's it for the housekeeping portion of this. Let's get the quick super chats, the big super chats that have come in, and then we'll hit the topic. And I'm going to be right on time at like having spent an hour not covering anything. Let's see. ASO, don't forget to request a high chair and a step stool for Attorney Tom, since he can't reach the table with a normal chair. Also, remember you need a convenient chair shortage too. Well, the chair shortage is whenever Attorney Tom sits down. Real Hydro PX, Nick must be a blue belt in Law Jitsu. He always goes for the lowest hanging fruit. Use WordStar as your guide to things to talk about. I'll talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. That's how it goes. Madeline, found out I completely passed the CPA exam tonight. Here's to your streams helping me through marathon study session for the last year and a half. That test is hell. Congratulations, Madeline. That's amazing. Taylor Lynn, thank you for the large super chat. If you had a message that got censored by Google on that, Taylor, please send that to like C Goody or something so he can get it to me. If you just sent me $50, I appreciate it very much. But if you did have a message that you wanted to go through, make sure C Goody gets it to me. Put him to work. He deserves it. And by deserves it, I mean he deserves to be put to work because he's lazy. Just kidding. Seth Hagler. Hey, Ricada. I just wanted to ask some prayers for my uncle and his wife. They just lost to a miscarriage their baby girl just 9 days before she was due. Taking this really hard and prayers are appreciated. Those are really hard, man. I will happily pray for both of them, and a lot of healing. That's tough. One of my in-laws lost their baby within 2 weeks as well. of within 2 weeks of the due date. And it's, I mean, that I don't mean to sound crude, but what comes out is a corpse. It's not a fetus. It's not like the little, you know, barely developed thing with the translucent skin. I mean, it's a baby, and it's really, really hard on parents. So, sorry to hear that, brother. Brandon Lesko, JD can chug on it. Let's talk about Hunter. He definitely slept with a penguin, a loaf of bread, an FBI agent while being serenaded to a pro as getting her hair sniffed by a president being pegged by Kamala. That sounds like a slow day for Hunter. Doug Murray says, Rackets, tell Mandy Krabich if she wants good kolaches, go to Slovacek's in the town of West Texas. Exit 353 on I-35. Oh, I think I've seen that place when I drive by. They have a big fucking sign that I see all the time. It's like authentic kolaches. Yeah. Looking forward to seeing you at an anime convention in Houston at the end of the month. Me too. I'm so pumped. So pumped to be at Matsuri. It's going to be a blast. McCray H, love the stream Rackets, but it's late on the East Coast. Catch you tomorrow. Can't wait to hear what Team Crazy has pulled now. Dirty Dan, bit off topic, but Lauren Southern put out a tell-all about her political career. Makes for a good background listen. Is there a chance that we could see a show with her? Yeah, absolutely. You could talk about the intricacies of pig farming. Yes, there's absolutely a chance to do a show with Lauren Southern. I've only been on one show that she was on, I think, but we seem to get along okay. I think she's interesting enough to talk to. Rescue Michigan says states' rights on abortion penalties, but why not a national definition of life at conception? Isn't the question of at what point we acquire our rights as people a fundamental question the law shouldn't just keep avoiding? I don't know. Maybe it is, but I'm not so sure. So far, the courts have said, and even Alito said in his decision here, that the states have the right to or have the ability to determine the definition of life. Kind of an interesting position. I'm not so sure that gets to be removed from democracy. Maybe it should be, but I'm not so sure it gets to be. How's that? Again, if you ask me how I would run everything, yeah, I mean, life would begin at implantation, not conception for me. It's almost a distinction without a difference, but I think that the actual distinction is really, really important because lots of babies are I guess fetuses are conceived that don't implant and just flesh out through the menstrual cycle. And I don't know what do you even do with that? Like that was not going to be life without implantation. Implantation is when the baby is fully expected to become life and outside of some intervening sort of thing. But that's my opinion. I'm not a biologist. Andrew Wahoo, but will your D&D streams involve the graping of a robot that ends up enjoying it like the one dude who now needs to do better forever? No, probably not, because there's no robots in Icewind Dale. Amazing Wireless 2 says type N in the chat if you're part of the locals army. Oh God. Oh no. Don't do it. Silver Warrior says I've been trying to look at other tabletop RPGs that are not D&D. Any suggestions? I mean, you could go with Pathfinder, but Paizo is a pile of garbage, so I don't usually recommend them. There's Swords and Magic, which is from Frog God Games, which you're talking like going back to early editions of D&D, or Swords and Magic or Swords and Wizardry. Fuck, what's it called? Just look at Frog God Games. They have a full set. Talisman exists. There's a bunch of them. But I'm not the person to tell you. I play D&D because it's easy. Corrections 101 says C. Goody is a shyster, breaded, and very, very rainbow mod. Swiftbird, welcome to Lawyer Status. Drew M. Idaho Pride Worldwide. Joe says, imagine living in Minnesota and not the great state of Idaho. Brian Nielsen says, you're my favorite shyster. Stardust Crusader, welcome to Lawyer Status. Okay. All right, here, where were we? Where are we? We're almost there. McCrae H, did abortion exist when the Constitution was written? Yes. I mean, as a safe medical procedure? Not really. So the answer for the pro-choice people is an amendment. Until then, they should just get over it and move wherever killing babies is allowed. Yeah. I mean, effectively, yeah. I mean, if you want to legalize abortion and remove it from the democratic process at the federal level, same thing. If you want a federal definition of life, or maybe make an amendment that clarifies it. It's hard to do is the problem. They don't want hard. They want to go through the court because the court might just do what your political ideology says it should do and then make it forever, a forever law, like Roe versus Wade. Shocker. Okay, Amazing Wireless 2. Wait, we read that one. Shit. Tyler M. Haven't been able to watch live for a while. Got promoted to manager of my Pizza Hut. Not glamorous, but I get to work twice as hard for 20% more money. Good job, buddy. Good job. The Pizza Hut in my town got shut down because they were delivering weed with pizzas. So, you'd call up, you order your pizza, and you'd place a covert weed order with the pizza, and then the weed would come in the pizza box with your pizza. It's a good idea. Brilliant marketing. Whoever thought of it. Then they got caught. So that didn't work out so well. Could you imagine? Like you have the means to get stoned and you can fix the munchies at the same time. But they got wrecked. Winning Reality, lean into it. No coverage guaranteed in the first hour. End quote. Repeat line. Recovered alcoholic. Welcome to Paralegal Status. Bad Weather Biker. I'd like to see you do a stream with Hammerhead. Extra points for getting Drex at the same time. Wait a minute. Are you talking about Brittany Venti? Drex and I have been on a stream with Brittany Venti before. If that's who you're talking about. That's who people are usually talking about with Hammerhead, which I think is a derogatory and hilarious nickname. The best part about Brittany Venti is she can clearly see both sides of each issue. Oh, the shit that says Hammer Hand. Here I am shitting on Brittany Venti, and I'm doing it in jest. I like her. I hung out with her in Dallas. Oh, damn it. And it turns out it was for something else. Oh. Okay. Well, Brittany Venti, forgive me. I still think you're great. Who the fuck is Hammer Hand? I don't know who that is. Brittany Venti is a harpy racket. She preaches trad woman values while not presenting traditional woman values. Okay. I think she's funny. So there's that. Okay, here we go. I still don't know who the fuck Hammerhand is. Recovered alcoholic. Heard you were being for members. Drink for me. Cheers, brother. Snow Queen off top. Oh yeah. In talks with Fudbusters. Going to try and get Fudbusters on the show this week to talk about the NFA, the National Firearms Act, and U.S. v. Miller. Solo Blue. No, I did not pick Paladin in D&D, I picked a fairy warlock. I told you. Tentacle summoning fairy. Yeah, I will, guys. I see you. I see you on Eric July. I'm going to talk about him. I think the guy's great. It's coming. I'm getting there. Snow Queen, off topic, Nick. And my entire life is off topic. You don't have to preface it, but thank you. But my husband is a veteran and has a new fishing channel called Sergeant Big Bass that he started today. It's fishing in northern Colorado, and there's a lot of fun videos in the works. Just need a shout out. So that's SGT Big Bass, Sergeant Big Bass. So you can check that out as well if you're into northern Colorado or fishing or veterans or just people with names Sergeant Big Bass. Give it a shot. Click over to it on YouTube sometime and see if you like the content. It's the hardest thing in the world on YouTube is to get somebody to come to your channel at all. Even now, it's, it's like, oh shit. I mean, I know you guys show up because you guys are awesome, but trying to get like the other person to show up who maybe has never seen or heard of my show, that's the hard thing to do. Okay. Briefly, I'll address this. Young Rippa, Eric July, is creating the Rippaverse. He was told it would fail. He was told he couldn't do it. They had no faith in a black man to make a business. But he has created the Rippaverse. And the crowdfunding for it went live less than 24 hours ago. And this motherfucker is already hitting $900,000 in funding. Off the chart, under 24 hours. This is just a guy, right? I met Eric July, down to earth dude, love hanging out with him. By the way, gonna be at Anime Matsuri as well. The Rippaverse is coming to Anime Matsuri, so come check him out. Even if you don't like me, he's a really cool dude, libertarian. He and I get along pretty well, I think. We've had a couple shows together. You can check out my show with him on this channel. I've been on his channel as well, and we have good chats. But that being said, the Rippaverse is a parallel economy comic book universe. And so he's kicking it off with a bang. And there's a whole big story to the Rippaverse that I'm not going to get into. And I mean the creation of it. This is not like other crowdfunded comics that are traditionally associated with things like Comicsgate and independent creators. Those guys, and this is how most people have to do it. You fund the book and then you create the book. You fund the book with a crowdfund and then you create the book. So it takes a really long time between when you support and when you get your product. I think there's some of them that I've supported well in excess of a year ago, and I still don't have a book in my hand. That's the way it can go sometimes, especially when we had the COVID supply chain issues and stuff like that. Rippa is doing it the opposite way, is my understanding. He has created the product. He invested his own money up front. I think something like 200 grand to put this thing together. And he believed in it. He built this business. He invested his own money, saved, and put this stuff down to get the product ready to go so that when you buy it, you get it pretty quickly. Now, I think the details are on the crowdfunding page, but you should check out the Rippaverse. Yes, we will get the books in a month, says Kalea. And so if that's something you're into, if you're into comic books and you somehow don't know that this is going on, this is huge. Again, I want to reiterate, Eric July is just a dude, right? There was the biggest crowdfunder in history or whatever, Brandon Sanderson, like legendary fantasy writer, crowdfunds his own book, raised like $25 million or whatever. Eric July is he's not Brandon Sanderson. He's a guy, he's got a YouTube channel. He does pretty well on the YouTube channel, got a lot of subscribers. I think more than me. I think he's over 500,000. but he's not like, this titanic presence out there. But here he is raising almost $1 million so far. There's almost no way he doesn't clear $1 million on the deal. And he's done that just through the force of his will, his good ideas, and his hard fucking work. And that is to be commended. So to young Ripa, man, looking forward to seeing you, buddy. All right. So there's the Ripaverse thing. Bad Weather Biker says Hammerhand is a big player in the War Band, a friend of Drex and Undead Chronic. Oh, Jesus. Poorly Redacted says Nick spent all last week in a trial nearly 4 years in the making. California probate court. Judge is making his ruling tomorrow. I'm not a drinker or a prayer, but sipping some silent words of hope would be appreciated. Well, yes, Poorly Redacted. To a favorable and just outcome for you, brother. And you said silent words, but a little bit of blessing of peace, wisdom, and reflection upon you, calming of your anxiety, and good fortune in the outcome. Cheers, man. Amen. And a women. All right. Perfect. 41 minutes. Let's talk about this Johnny Depp response. I think I sent it to me. Holy shit. Fair and Balanced got demonetized on YouTube tonight? Why? Everything is fucked. Okay. Okay, here. Oh, shit. I didn't send that link. Hold on. Let me see. I just got to find the right fucking web page that had the actual document. I saw it earlier. Yeah, this was today. Do these people who do not just put the fucking brief in the news story make me want to die? Where is it? I'm really annoyed. I sent here we go. Here it is. Okay, I just got to find it real quick in this. I know the link's here. This is the one I had the link on earlier. I sent all the other links to myself. I just forgot this fucking one right here. Here we go. So people are saying it's Kurt who did the fair and balanced thing. I'm not. I mean, maybe that's it. I don't know. I'll have to ask Farron if she has any indication that it's Kurt. I don't know how you would get that done, frankly. And even if she did something in violation of like copyright or whatever, which I don't think she did, that's not demonetization. Yeah, people are saying Good Logic says not possible that it was Kurt. Bloody Blah says it wasn't Kurt. Yeah, I don't know how he would get that done, even if he wanted to. It was for plagiarism, copyright for clips. What? So, Joe, what was it? Did she say? YouTube claiming she is reusing content. They have hit a number of creators with it. Yeah, they hit Jim with that. Yeah, that's such a bullshit ruling. They hit Medicare with that when he had 0 videos on his channel. Curtin Hideo Kojima demonetized him. Yeah. Reusing other people's content, general review of her account. Well, that's some bullshit. But I don't know. Maybe she was. Who knows? Anyway, not really. I just saw a DM about it. So I just wanted to bring it up and see what the fuck was going on. Sounds like, it's YouTube fuckery. Farron's channel is under attack. And the swatting stuff needs to stop. Like, the swatting stuff is getting fucking out of hand. Dick Masterson got swatted. There are people trying a new version of swatting for me. It's not working, so you don't have to keep doing it. Like, the cops aren't coming. So, so just saying, like the swatting stuff is going to get someone fucking killed. Tug got swatted. Man. If one of you're the person swatting me and you want to know how someone will get killed, come to my house and I'll show you. In Minecraft. Is there a claw hammer in Minecraft I could use to demonstrate? I think so. Okay. Here's what we got. Oh, Jesus. Oh, all right. Okay, so this is the memorandum, and so again, this is Johnny Depp's response to Amber Heard, and we're only going to go through like the one section of this. I really am tired of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I think now I know that not everybody is, but I think a bulk of people who are here at night are, and so I really don't want to bog down the night shows of Johnny Depp shit. So I've been avoiding it for the past couple weeks, but this is a big thing that's getting a lot of press. So here we fucking go. Okay. We're going to just cover the gist of it. So we'll read the table of contents, but we're only going to go to one section. I'm not going to read this whole fucking thing. I don't want to spend all day on it. So introduction. And this will give us a hint of what Amber's arguments are. And then Johnny Depp's response. Damages awarded by the jury were supported by the evidence and law. Okay. So they said 10 million, 10.35 million or whatever is too much. Well, that's obviously not too much. Johnny Depp suffered way more than $10 million in damages. And literally anyone on earth can see that. Verdicts on the complaint and counterclaim are consistent. So it's obviously not biased because they did award to Amber Heard and they gave her $2 million on her award. I mean, much more than fair, much more than she deserved. She deserved 0. Her counterclaims were all bullshit. But that being said, she ended up getting a $2 million award. And that's consistent, similar to the awards that Johnny Depp got for each count on his. A little bit less, but her damages were less because she had less to lose. So that's simple. The First Amendment does not bar recovery for defamation by implication, even when the statements at issue involve public figures or matters of public concern. This is clearly correct. The First Amendment does not bar recovery for defamation at all in any instance. If a statement is false, is made about the plaintiff by the defendant or the defendant's agent to a third party, and the falsity causes them damage, and it's made with the requisite degree of intent, negligence for non-public figures, or actual malice, knowledge or reckless disregard for the truth for public figures. If those things are satisfied, it's defamation. The First Amendment does not protect you because a defamation is an assault on your property interest in your own reputation. Just like if someone were to tear up your lawn with a dump truck or whatever without your consent, chop down your tree. If they thought it was their tree, by accident, chop down your tree. Doesn't matter. All of, any of these things, if they exercise negligence or actual malice in their statements, they're not protected by the First Amendment. So this is a shit. These first three are complete shit arguments that have zero chance in court. The jury's finding of defamation regarding the op-ed headline was consistent with and supported by law and facts. Yes, of course, Amber Heard tweeted. I kept saying retweet during the trial, but it's actually a tweet. She chose to include the link, and she commented on what the title effectively said and what the theme of the case were, and did not choose to edit the language in any way. She republished the statement, so she made it her own at that point. Very clear law and facts on that one. Jury's finding of actual malice is well supported in the record. Yep. Again, actual malice is really in a he said, she said case. You're talking about actual malice merely being the existence of facts to show that the person was a participant or victim, alleged victim, and then lied about that. So Amber Heard was either abused or she was not, and she would know whether or not she was abused because she would be the abuse victim. So if she knows she's abused, or not abused, I should say, and then goes out and says she was abused, she knows she's telling a falsehood. She knows that that's a lie. Very simple. This is one of the weird areas of defamation law that a lot of lawyers and judges get wrong, because when there are only two parties to an event, those two parties necessarily know the truth of the matter, unless one of them is like unconscious or something. But if there are two participants in something, those are the two people who know the facts. So if one of those participants says something that is clearly not in that realm of fact, then it's knowledge of falsity. They know they're telling an untruth. So as long as you have that, you're done. Mr. Depp presented sufficient evidence to support a finding of defamation by innuendo. So again, they're just saying that the evidence in the record was not enough. Guess what? On a jury verdict, the evidence is not going to be reviewed and assessed by the Court of Appeals in these. The Court of Appeals does not do a de novo review, like a from nothing review. They do a review for breach of or abuse of discretion on the judge's part. So they would have to point to a judge's discretionary decision to include or exclude evidence and find out that judge abused their discretion to the prejudice of one of the parties, in this case, Amber Heard. What they're not going to do is say that the evidence was not sufficient to support the finding, because the jury supported the finding with the evidence, presumably. Now, you can get a different scenario where there is clear evidence to the contrary of the finding, for example, and you could say that no reasonable jury could come to that conclusion. Those are almost never win. They're almost never won either, but it happens in really rare occasions. This is not anywhere near such a case. Ample evidence that Johnny Depp was not the abuser of Amber Heard, because all anyone has to do to determine that this was a correct verdict is just not believe Amber Heard. Well, clearly, none of the jurors fully believed Amber Heard, even the one who was a simp for her. And not only that, but the overwhelming majority of the public looking at the case didn't believe Amber Heard either. So you've really got no chance to say that the jury unreasonably came to the conclusion without evidence, or that the evidence clearly pointed in the other way. Not going to happen. So finally, we get to this we get to this section, page 26, and that's where we're going to go read that one. The court should not conduct an investigation of Juror 15 because defendant has waived such arguments and has failed to provide any evidence of unfair prejudice or any due process violation, which is a more formal way of saying what I said earlier. And what I've been saying every time people ask about this subject. I say, yeah, there's like no way, because where's the fucking prejudice? How did having the wrong juror affect her and not Johnny Depp? So let's take a look at this section, okay? Because this is the one that everyone's talking about. And by the way, if Amber Heard or any of her lawyers are in the chat, I just want to, I assume Amber's not. I just want to say, from the bottom of my heart, I have lots of professional respect for lawyers who are out there taking on tough cases and tough clients. So to Amber Heard's legal team, if any of you may be watching, maybe it's a junior associate or whatever, a researcher. Hi, I'm Nick Ricada. Here, let me blow this up real quick so I can say this directly to you. I'm Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. I'm open for consulting on future media cases you may be interested in. And so with that, I want to go ahead and give my sales pitch. You guys did an absolute fucking bullshit job in this trial. Terrible. One of the worst representations I can imagine for being paid as much as you got. You didn't consider social media at any point in this trial. You didn't utilize it. You didn't weaponize it. You did not properly harness it. Instead, you stuck to traditional media and you got your asses kicked for that. And why in fuck you did not think to check out social media when prominent lawsuits were starting to creep up into the social media zeitgeist and get massive traction within the last 12 months. And the lead up to this case, when you had just the reporting on the case in the UK was huge. And that was in the UK, a country no one fucking cares about. But you're talking about America, baby, and two major players, one of them being Johnny Depp and the other one being Johnny Depp's side piece. Amber Heard isn't a major player, but whoever's on Johnny Depp's arm absolutely is. So you had this recipe that a bunch of dumb hillbilly lawyers on YouTube like me could sniff out as going to be huge from the get-go, and you guys didn't consider it at all. That's your first big fuck up. Your second biggest fuck up, though, was countersuing Johnny Depp in the first place and putting Amber Heard's mental state into evidence. What the hell were you thinking? Why would you do this? Again, going back to the first point, you're going to make your client look like a goddamn lunatic to the entire country. You should almost be investigated for ethics violations just for that move. I hope you've got lots of emails and proof that you advised her heavily against that, because it was a critical error that sank your entirely winnable case against Johnny Depp. You guys could have won that case. Probably could have gotten fees awarded under an anti-slap for winning if you did not put her mental state and her dumbass on the stand in the way that you had to do it. But you did. So with that, not to mention just the general fuck-uppery going on throughout most of the trial, and the fact that you had Elaine Bredehoft to be absolutely terrible twice at both opening and closing arguments, not to mention all throughout the trial, and having her choke on her own dick during the cross-examination of her client, and more importantly, during her redirect, where she got blown out so hard she looked like Jenna Jameson after a bad Thursday. Dude, what were you guys thinking? What on earth was your plan? With respect, y'all did a fucking terrible job, and this shit is not going to clean it up. Okay. So, that being said, let's get back into this. Here's the response. So the idea is that they are alleging there's something wrong with Juror 15. And Depp's team is saying, not only, you don't even get to investigate it because they're way out of procedure here. Also, show me the prejudice. Ms. Heard's desperate after the fact demand for an investigation of Juror 15 based on a purported error in his birth date is misplaced. As a threshold matter, Ms. Heard waived her right to challenge the accuracy of the information listed in the jury panel by failing to raise this objection contemporaneously. You have the duty to know what's going on with the jury. So if they have the wrong birth date listed, that's up to you to figure out. Now, I want to point something out here because this is important. Where'd he go? God damn it. Hold on. I got to find the dummy. Oh, fucking hell. Sorry, I wasn't planning on bringing this up, but now I have to because I just remembered it. I wasn't planning because I didn't remember until now. Here we go. Okay. Oh, okay. He fixed it. Damn. So I was going to make fun of DM Schmeier. I'll show you why. Talked about him the other day. Okay. So I was going to make fun of this real quick. So here's DM Schmeier saying, this person says, Juror was not the real juror confirmed. Holy shit, deadline.com. He says, more likely than not, that's a mistrial. No. No. Not more likely than not. Oh, this guy. If this is a legitimate, mistrial. Here, 5 hours ago, he says, after reading both sets of papers, y'all, I don't think this is going anywhere. Well, yeah, it wasn't going anywhere before you read the sets of papers. What are you talking about? The factual allegations of chicanery are tenuous, and the legal readings are a bit of a stretch. Plaintiff's counterarguments aren't persuasive, but they also don't really need to be. This sticks. So then he's got this stupid thing. Personally, I think there's enough in the papers the response doesn't adequately address to merit an investigation. There isn't. I'm neither convinced it happened nor see reason in the docs as opposed to the early reporting to believe that if it does, what's uncovered will move the needle. To answer all the private messages at once, I don't see a clearly argued through line of how the defendant was prejudiced. You've got to nail down that part. Yeah, obviously. You just ignored that, though, for days. Just said, oh, yeah, more likely than not, that's a mistrial. No, it was an extremely unlikely proposition from jump that this would be a mistrial. It would have had to have monumentally strong evidence and monumentally strong evidence of prejudice, which is what some lawyers said from the get-go. I don't know why. I do know actually why his opinion is this way, because his opinion on everything supports people like Amber Heard. That's his opinion on how the law works, is that Amber Heard should have won. There should have been no trial in the first place. So that's why he got to where he got. Okay? That explains it. But I was going to make fun of him. Credit to him for at least walking it back a little bit, even though trying to toe toe the line here at the same time to answer all the private messages at once. Yeah, so many of them, I'm sure. But he got a lot of private messages. But yeah, he's trying to walk both sides of this fence here, and he should just fall, and the fence post should go right up his vagina. What a fucking terrible point of view that guy has. Always. Anyway, here we go. Okay, so see the Supreme Court Rule 5A18, Virginia Code. It shall be sufficient that a party at the time the ruling or order of the court is made or sought makes known to the court the action which he desires the court to take or his objections to the action of the court and his grounds therefore. Now, in theory, if new information comes out that wasn't available at the time of the ruling, you can lodge your objection then at the time of the new information. But this wouldn't have been new information. If there's inaccurate juror information listed, you have the opportunity to catch it when it happens. The main purpose of the contemporaneous objection rule is to alert the trial judge to possible errors so that the judge may consider the issue intelligently, take any corrective actions necessary to avoid unnecessary appeals, reversals, and mistrials. Further, Virginia Code outlines the procedure for objecting to irregularities in jury lists and to alleged legal disabilities of jurors and provides that unless objection to such irregularity or disability is made pursuant to subsection A herein, and unless it appears that the irregularity was intentional or that the to probably cause injustice. Again, where's the prejudice? In a civil case to the party making the objection, then such irregularity or disability shall not be cause for summoning a new panel or juror or for setting aside a verdict or granting a new trial. You have to show how this hurt Amber. Oh, did we get a little glitch in there? Sorry about that. As discussed further below, Ms. Heard has shown no evidence of prejudice or injunctive, and therefore her belated argument regarding Juror 15 should be rejected by the court. Refusing to reverse, so this citing Mighty versus Commonwealth, refusing to reverse a case where two convicted felons sat on jury, a matter which was not discovered until after trial because defendant made no showing of injustice. So here you go. Felons cannot sit on juries. Want to get out of jury duty? Go commit a felony. That's legal advice. But the defendant made no showing of injustice. How did it prejudice you that these guys sat on your jury? Because they sat on the other person's jury too. Berks versus Webb, finding defendant's objection to the qualification of the juror was untimely, where defendant had knowledge of the fact that a brother of a sworn juror would be a material witness in the case, but did not make an objection until after brother's testimony was not in accord with what he hoped and thought it would be. Even if the relationship between the juror and the witness were a sufficient reason for disqualifying the juror, defendant with full knowledge of this relationship accepted him as a juror without objection. His objection to the qualification of the juror and his motion to discharge the jury came too late. So some shady bullshit there. Contrary to Ms. Heard's contention otherwise, the parties do have a statutory obligation to verify the accuracy of the information listed in the jury panel before trial, and any errors are not grounds for a mistrial. Virginia Code 8.01-353A. Any error in the information shown on such copy of the jury panel shall not be grounds for mistrial or assignable as error on appeal, and the parties in the case shall be responsible for verifying the accuracy of such information. So you've got a statute on point as well. You've got all of these things on point already in this case. Very, very bad for Amber Heard. Disregarding this clear statutory language directly on point to Ms. Heard's issue with Juror 15, Ms. Heard shamelessly presents this argument to the court. Further, the clerk's office provided the pre-panel jury list to the parties on April 6th, 5 days before the jury was impaneled, which gave Ms. Heard ample time to verify the accuracy of the information contained therein. In a rare moment of candor, Ms. Heard admits that she was aware of this purported discrepancy in Juror 15's birth year from the very start of trial because Juror 15 ... was clearly born later than 1945. Okay, so she knew. Ms. Heard chose not to raise this alleged discrepancy with the court during voir dire or at any time during the 6-week trial and thereby waived it. You're done. You're done. Where was the fucking objection? You have to inform the court of the error. The court will disagree with you, but you've got to preserve the error. If you don't preserve the error, you waive it. Moreover, so here we go. A motion for mistrial is untimely and properly refused when it is made after the jury has retired. Moreover, Ms. Heard's argument is based on pure speculation. First, Ms. Heard cites to publicly available information that Juror 15 was actually born in 1970, but fails to attach such information to her motion or otherwise identify it for the court. Second, Ms. Heard provides no support whatsoever for her conclusory assertion that her due process was somehow compromised. While Ms. Heard has a right to an impartial jury, she failed to identify any way in which the inclusion and service of Juror 15, assuming arguendo that there had been a mistake in his birth year, somehow robbed her of that opportunity. Right. So remember this. It says 1945. So is someone born in 1945 more or less prejudicial to Amber Heard than someone born in, say, 1970? Like concretely and conclusively by the age. Would that be true? Would he be more or less favorable to one of the parties just solely based on age? We can make guesses and inferences about age demographics, but not specific people. You can't even say that a woman is more likely to favor Amber Heard or a man is more likely to favor Amber Heard. You can't even do it at the broad level. Broad. You have to just kind of go with it. You can get some indications, but none that would say that this specific juror would be bad or good for Amber Heard. Now, let's say that a juror is an abuse victim and they lie about it. That's a big difference. When you say they're not a victim of abuse, right, to get on the jury. But when you go look up the past, there's a conviction of their ex-husband against them for domestic violence. Okay, that's a lie. That's an untruth that might be prejudicial to someone in a case about domestic violence and abuse. Makes more sense. None of that is present here. Okay, so back to this. Unsurprisingly, Ms. Heard cites to no case law to support her argument that the service of Juror 15, if he is not the same individual that the court assigned as Juror 15, somehow compromised her due process and would warrant the drastic remedy of setting aside the verdict and ordering a new trial. By the way, if you have someone actually just read your entire motion out loud before you submit it, you don't get these kind of typos. Ms. Heard makes no showing of any prejudice, and accordingly, her speculative arguments fail. So there is a question. Is Juror 15 the actual juror that they're supposed to seat? Right? That's a question. But what they're arguing is that there's a misidentification of a birth date. Therefore, it's not the correct juror. That's a big stretch. It's possibly more likely that the juror was simply there was a scrivener's error, which put the wrong birth year down for this juror for some reason. Maybe they were looking at the list and the person above them had a 1945 birth year and theirs was 1970 and 1945 got typed in. However, the moment that juror walks into the courtroom, you should know that that's not the juror that you agreed to if that's the case. The much more likely outcome, now we don't know because we can't see voir dire, but whoever was there in the courtroom would know that the juror who walks in the door is the juror they interviewed on voir dire and approved. Because let's say Amber's team missed it. Johnny's team wouldn't have missed it. That's not our fucking juror. We don't know who this guy is. We had some old fart from 1945. Who's this weirdo? There's no way both teams and the judge all missed that. So the most likely outcome is it is the same guy that they conducted voir dire on and accepted as a juror. And then just some sort of typographical error occurred in recording who was on the jury. But we don't know. All right. Let's see. Heard makes no showing of any prejudice, and accordingly, her speculative arguments fail. Neither the sole fact of irregularity nor the mere suspicion of injustice based upon the irregularity is sufficient to warrant setting aside a verdict. So here we go, citing mere suspicion or possible inferences cannot be allowed to overrule the orderly administration of justice. For otherwise, there would be continued delays and many proper verdicts set aside. The importance of avoiding another trial if the first trial was fair is of paramount importance. This is what I said earlier. The system allows flexibility with errors that have no direct impact on justice. If there's no prejudice, then the error kind of doesn't matter. Now, it does matter if on the day the guy walks in, they say, hey, we're supposed to have an old ass man here. He's born in 1945. This motherfucker's born in 1970. We got to get it fixed. But they didn't do that. If you don't do it then, you're not going to do it later. Now, if that juror came out in the middle of trial and said, like, stood up and said, Miss Heard, you're a bitch, they'd be excused and there'd be nothing done there too. But it's all just, this is all just nothing. And the fact that people are giving it credence is a real weird thing to me. I mean, there's no argument here that is good. That DM Schmeier guy is like, no, I think the counter arguments are not that great. The counter arguments cite clearly to case law and statute that says that this is untimely and not prejudicial, therefore should not go through. It's not really that close of a question at all. Even assuming arguendo Miss Heard's latest thesis, i.e. that a son served instead of his father, there would be no prejudice. Correct. As Juror 15 was qualified to serve as a juror in Fairfax County, was vetted during voir dire by the court and the parties' counsel, just as all of the other jurors were. Such speculative arguments, unfounded in law and without factual basis, are improper at the post-trial motion stage. At this point, after a 6-week trial was held, the court should exercise its discretion and reject Miss Heard's belated, speculative, and clearly pretextual arguments regarding Juror 15. And there you go. That's all you need to do with fucking Amber Heard's juror bullshit. There's not much else to say on it. It was always this bad. People asked me the first time, I said, I don't know, haven't really read about it, but where's the prejudice? Where's the fucking prejudice? FFS says, you got voir dired. Exactly, voir dire, as the Texans would say. You sat, like, they questioned this guy. They asked him questions. He answered the questions. They said, yeah, we'll keep him. Now they go back 6 weeks later. Whoa, his birthday was wrong. Okay. So, does anybody have any fucking predictions on ruling? This is going to be thrown out. Like, or the jury verdict will be preserved. How's that? That's what I mean. The footnote is good. This one. I mean, I guess. Let's read it. On the afternoon of July 8th, 2022, a full week after the deadline to file post-trial motions, Ms. Heard filed a supplemental memorandum in support of Section 7 of Defendant Amber Heard's post-trial motions based on additional discovered facts. As addressed in Depp's concurrently filed motion to strike, Ms. Heard's supplemental memorandum is untimely, should not be considered by the court. To the extent that the court does consider this additional information, Mr. Depp maintains his contention. Ms. Heard has waived her argument with respect to Juror 15. It's based her argument on pure speculation, has provided no evidence that she was prejudiced in any way or that her due process was somehow violated. And then see Beavers versus Commonwealth. The purpose of this selection procedure is to select a fair and impartial jury. That's the voir dire selection procedure. The purpose of voir dire examination is to ascertain whether any juror has any interest in the case or any bias or prejudice in relation to it, and that he, in fact, stands indifferent in the cause. So there you go. Why did they censor out Andrew Crawford's signature or whoever? Oh, it's Benjamin. What's his face? It's Ben Chu, clearly, who signed this thing. I don't know why they censored that out. The court that reads this, is it the same trial court? No, it's Judge Askarati. Same judge is going to hear this and go, no way. But you have to do this to preserve the matter for appeal. That's what she's going for. For fraud reasons, his signature's all over the place. I mean, it doesn't matter. Yeah, the judge is going to ignore this completely. I mean, there's nothing for the judge to do with this other than just reject it. It never, well, I mean, you can file whatever you want. It shouldn't be a news story, but a bunch of people, particularly mainstream news, you know, they see Johnny Depp as a cash cow. They know it farms clicks. So they sit and wallow in Johnny Depp and Amber Heard forever. This is a fart in the wind on this motion. It had basically no chance from the start. Look at the footnote in the motion to strike. It's basically, thankfully, they have stopped saying all the jurors looked at social media. That's pretty good. But no, I'm done with it. So that's all I got. Her insurance company is suing her. Good. Joe Ball says, look, neither insurance company needs to pay out for this case. It was her intentional acts that did it. Actual malice standard, you're not going to get a fucking payment out of an insurance company for that. They wallow in Depp. What have we just done for the last hour? The Depp coverage was 30 minutes, just so you know. And that involved me giving a 10-minute rant. Joe Ball says, always a fun night listening to Nick while I'm working away on Death. If you like Transformers, Berserk, and Bible lore mashed together, this is the book for you. $54,252 by 694 backers. Let's get to 55 grand tonight. There you go, guys. Check out Death on Indiegogo by Joe Ball. If you're into awesome graphic novels with seriously some of the best art you can find out there right now, you know, put it up against any comic book or manga that's there, and you're comparable to the best stuff and blowing anything less out of the water. Go check it out. It's a really terrific looking book. Joe is going to be with me at my booth at Anime Matsuri, and you can pick up some copies of his other work, as well as I believe he's selling an ash can, which is like a mini comic book of Death as part of like a promotional material. So that'll be there as well. So you can check that out. Next, Tanya Rybakov says, you should check out the follow-up motion to strike and the footnote there. Now, I'm not really interested in doing that. He said, first of all, that document, I believe, was filed today that we just covered. But second, I'm just not super into doing a whole nother, any more of the Depp content. Have I talked about Ripa? Yes. How many days do I have the booth for? All of them. All 4. Danny makes things. Yeah, I got it. Let's see. Obvious BS on part of Team Turd. Shocker. Question: do you think this is part of their request to keep jurors under seal for a year as a Hail Mary play? No. No, their request to keep jurors under seal for a year is just they need a year of time. They want a year of time for them to run the narrative in favor of Amber Heard. If the jurors' names are not under seal, every news organization is going to be battering the doors down to get the jurors' names and then to get those jurors into an interview chair, and they're going to offer them tons of money to do it. But they'll proactively do it, and the offers will get bigger and bigger, bigger. If the jurors want to reach out to a company and tell their story, they can do that. But, they don't want the jurors setting the narrative. And they don't want some news organization like Fox, for example, running out, offering a juror $500,000 for an exclusive interview, which would be a great move, by the way, to do that. But that's what they don't want to do, because that juror's statements about Amber Heard will do remarkable amounts of damage to her. Okay. E Honda says, really enjoyed the locals chat last night. It's nice having a smaller chat so you can respond to people who are there more. Hashtag get that butt. Yep. That's one of the reasons I do it. S asks, hey Nick, have you ever heard of vabbing? You a fan? What's vabbing? Short answer, no. I don't know what the fuck that is. Let's see. You wear your vaginal fluids as perfume. You put your fingers inside yourself, dab your juice on your wrist, neck, behind the ears, wherever you'd normally put perfume. There you go. That's vabbing. I'm gonna try it. I will rub my own vaginal juice on myself, and I'll go out in public, and we'll see how many men flock to me. Okay. SS, I am a fan. D&D guy over on Rumble with a big chat, thank you, says, could you shout out my D&D Discord server, new and running West March? If anyone wants to join, message me on Discord. X Spooky Bear RX 2085. Tried sending on YouTube, but guess I'm dumb and wouldn't send it. No, it's not your fault. YouTube is dumb. Here, I'm going to send this in the chat. Is D&D Discord. There you go. Threw that in the YouTube chat. While we're on that subject, very briefly, let me talk about the thing that I'm supposed to talk about. There is a sponsor of the show, sponsoring the Ricada Law show in general right now. And this is one that I think is actually really, really cool. This is Looking for Group, which is a tabletop app. This is an app that's being developed, and this app is to get people and connect them to other people who want to play D&D or Pathfinder right now, more tabletop games to come in the future. Okay? If you're interested in tabletop role-playing games, this is a way. One of the hardest things to do is to find a game. This is what this app does. It connects players and DMs to make games, meet people, and get to hang out. The cool thing about D&D now is you can play it anywhere in the world because of online tools like Roll20 and Zoom and all that shit. This allows you to actually do it and get connected to those people. So it's something that I fully believe in. And most importantly, they support a show like this, which means that they're people who don't hate you. So many things nowadays are just somebody who hates you trying to cram a product down your throat. These guys don't hate you. They don't hate me. Well, some of them might, but that's okay. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. They don't hate you. They don't hate me. They just want to make an app that connects people to play some fucking games. And that's what they're doing. So here's the, I think C. Goody has been spamming this in the chat, which is good. And they have all sorts of things here. They have beta access, background flare pack. But yeah, here's when you first enter the app, what game do you want to play? D&D and Pathfinder are first supported games. What days are you available? You can select your days of the week. Are you new, experienced, or a veteran? What role do you want to fill? DM or player? Do you want to play it online, in person, or both? This thing can set you up. That's what it does. It helps you organize it. There's a group chat. You can do avatars and all this shit. Here's the different perks. Okay. We want this as a donation to see the project become a reality. That's $1. That's $1. Beta access. You gain access to the closed beta, which will begin a few months after the campaign has ended in late 2022. And that includes one avatar. The background flare pack. Users can provide customization to groups they are a part of. This pack provides exclusive options to choose from. The avatar flare pack. Your avatar can be customized with flails. Flails? To better show off who you're playing as. This pack, apparently a character that wields flails. The pack provides exclusive options to choose from as well. And then hero and legendary subscriptions. The paid tiers of the app at a significant pre-launch discount. Pick your duration from 3 months to a lifetime. The countdown to the duration begins once the app launches to the general public. Thank you will be included in the app for donors. We will contact you post-campaign to collect your details for the app. So there you go. That's the way to get into this. You have, all different levels that you can do. So if it's just something you think is cool, I think this is great. Personally, I think this is a needed app in the ecosystem of D&D, especially online D&D. Get connected to people. But yeah, if that's something you're into, go ahead and give it a look. I think it's a great project. All right. Okay. Let's go ahead and piss a bunch of people off. Okay. I guess it's time for that. It always seems to be time to piss people off these days. But let's do it. Are you guys ready for this? Here we go. Executive order on protecting access to reproductive healthcare services. So you've probably seen reporting on this. Joe Biden issues executive order protecting abortion after evil Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade. Let's see what the executive order actually says. My hair is sticking to my forehead and it's bothering you. Well, it's not. It's just I've got some really short hairs up front. They just sit a little different there. I hope that's better. I hope that helps. I hope that helps you in your life. By the authority vested in me as the Constitution, laws of the United States of America, which can be summed up in one word. And in verity. It is hereby ordered as follows. Section 1 policy. Nearly 50 years ago, Roe versus Wade articulated the United States Constitution's protection of women's fundamental right to make reproductive health care decisions. Nope. It's not what it did at all. Literally, again, the only fundamental constitutional right contemplated by Roe was a right for a pregnant woman to kill their baby with the assistance of a doctor. That's it. None of this vaunted reproductive health care decisions. Your other reproductive health care decisions aren't protected in any way like Roe versus like abortion was. Not in any way. It's an insane disparity. No other medical procedure is given this level of protection. No other fundamental right was given the protection that Roe gave abortion. Not speech, not press, not religion, not guns, not freedom from unreasonable searches, not a right to an attorney, not a right to remain silent. All of those things have actual law, case law, and statutes on the books that, if they were applied in the same way to abortion, would be considered facially unconstitutional under Roe. It's crazy how protected killing a baby was under Roe. Nothing in the Constitution got that level of protection. Absolutely nothing. And whatever you think about the right to an abortion, and again, there's tons of people who think that there should be a fundamental right to an abortion. It's a fine opinion to have. Roe didn't do what they keep saying it did. It's a big problem with this. But all fundamental rights have been and are routinely pierced within the Constitution, even when it says that they can't be. The right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Well, except under this giant list of infringements. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. Well, except for a whole shitload of laws abridging the freedom of speech. The free exercise of religion. The free press. All of these are abridged by laws constantly. Abortion was not. It had this unique test called the undue burden test, which the court specifically ruled was unconstitutional, by the way. But the undue burden test made it so that anything that stood as what a hurdle that would be a quote unquote undue burden on the mother was invalid under the Constitution, just automatically. This included things like a mandatory ultrasound, for example. Gotta have an ultrasound beforehand. No, that's an undue burden. Wait, what? Why? What makes that unduly burdensome? Keeping a list. Demanding a specific reason for the termination of the pregnancy, right? Why? Was it rape? Was it incest? Whatever. Undue burden. Notification of the father. Undue burden. Notification of parents for minors. Undue burden. All of this stuff. And only Roe versus Wade gets this, or only fucking abortion got this treatment. It was hands down the most protected right in the entire country. And it's not mentioned in the Constitution. It's not contemplated in debates about the Constitution. It's not mentioned in the Federalist Papers. Nothing of the sort. And no other medical procedure got this. It's crazy. So again, wherever you fall on Roe versus Wade is fine, or on the idea of a right to abortion is fine, but know what was happening, because it's misrepresented constantly. And that should bother you. That should bother everyone. Okay, so here we go. These deeply private decisions should not be subject to government interference. Yet today, fundamental rights to privacy, autonomy, freedom, and equality have been denied to millions of women across the country. Well, actually, nope. None of these have been denied to women in any way. Men don't have privacy in their healthcare decisions, so there's no equality there. Autonomy, women are still autonomous. They're still free. And they still have effectively equality. In fact, they may have been returned to equality. Eliminating the right recognized in Roe has already had and will continue to have devastating implications for women's health and public health more broadly. Access to reproductive health care services is now threatened for millions of Americans. Actually, no. Reproductive health care services, access to that is just as good, if not better, than it was before. Access to abortion services is threatened for millions of Americans. That's true. But reproductive health care services are just fine. You can get as much health care for going through reproduction today as you could 4 weeks ago. Wasn't Roe a pseudonym? Some lack of privacy. Yeah, Jane Roe is like John Doe. Her real name was Norma McCreary. And oh, by the way, she also she was it not Norma McCreary? What was it? Norma McCorvey. Norma McCorvey. By the way, she lied about the circumstances relating to her pregnancy. Said it was a product of a gang rape. It was not, but said it was because that made the case more favorable. So she admitted that later when she changed her entire stance on abortion later in life. Anyway, whew. Again, a big problem with Roe. All right, here we go. Access, yeah. And especially for those who live in states that are banning or severely restricting abortion care, women's health clinics are being forced to close. Nope, they're not being forced to close. Remember, all of those women's health clinics said that abortion was a tiny percentage of their business. Barely even noticed. All the other stuff that they did was their true business. But now abortion shut down, boom, they're all gone. It's amazing. Amazing. The level of misinformation that has been happening on abortion for the past 50 years is off the fucking charts. Including clinics that offer other preventative healthcare services such as contraception. Well, how could they be closing? Leaving many communities without access to critical reproductive healthcare services. That's right. You can't get contraception anywhere. That's true. Women seeking abortion care, especially those in low-income, rural, or other underserved communities, remember they really want to abort black babies. Now have to travel to jurisdictions where services remain legal, notwithstanding the costs or risks. Yes, that's how it goes. If I want legalized weed, I have to drive somewhere that has legalized weed. Yep. It's amazing how that happens. In the face of this health crisis, the federal government is taking action to protect healthcare service delivery and promote access to critical reproductive healthcare services, including abortion. It remains the policy of my administration to support women's right to choose and to protect and defend reproductive rights. They're literally the opposite of reproductive rights, but okay. Doing so is essential to justice, equality, and our health, safety, and progress as a nation. Okay, so we've got the definitions. Agency means any authority of the United States that is an agency under this section. Term reproductive healthcare services means medical, surgical, counseling, or referral services relating to the human reproductive system, including services relating to pregnancy or the termination of a pregnancy, protecting access to reproductive healthcare systems within 30 days of the date of this order. Secretary of Health and Human Services shall submit a report to the president. Okay, we're finally to the substantive part. There's going to be a report. I love how the fucking government works. These reports cost millions of dollars and just say whatever the person wanted them to say in the first place. Identifying potential actions to protect and expand access to abortion care, including medication abortions. This is the main one here, by the way. This is not outlawed currently, and in most places is not treated the same way. And I would argue that medication abortion is fundamentally different than the abortion procedures that happened at a place like Planned Parenthood. And I think that it's very possible we do see a more recognized right to a medication abortion than we saw for any other type of abortion. And people may not be comfortable with that, but I think there's a distinct difference between taking a pill that will terminate a pregnancy and having someone shove a tube into your vagina and vacuum out a baby. I think those are different things. So I think we're going to see that fight in the next several years for sure. How can this be an executive order? Because you can make an executive order for whatever you want. And then the question is it constitutional? Okay, here you go. Same result. That's true. It's the same result. But here's the thing. Briefly, why I think this is an important distinction. This is critical. In every other privacy right recognized by the United States, in every other privacy right, the moment you involve a third party, and in particular a business entity third party, your right to privacy is forfeit. When you deposit a check at the bank, all of that information that's on the check, that is now not private because the privacy was between you and the other person you're conducting your transaction with, right? Me and Joe, the crack dealer. So I write a check to Joe, the crack dealer. That's good logic, of course. He goes and deposits it into his bank. His bank has to see who's on the check, who wrote the check, what accounts it come from, all that stuff. And then they communicate it. Now you've got a business record. There's a business necessity to see this information. And therefore, boom, that information is accessible by the government, usually at some sort of subpoena request or something like that. Sometimes they obtain a warrant. Sometimes they don't actually have to. You don't have a Fourth Amendment privacy interest in that information. Even though it's banking, something that every American believes should be private is their banking affairs. Because you involve the bank, the government can just get the information from the bank. Every other privacy interest is obliterated by the inclusion of a third party, particularly a business third party, automatically obliterated. Emails where there's a server that hosts the email, you don't have much privacy interest there at all. Why would you? There's a server host. Now, the content of the emails may still be private because they don't have a business reason, right, to look at the content of your emails unless you give them access to that. Like maybe maybe you agree to marketing, right? You agree to marketing based on the content of your email. If you overlook the terms of service, suddenly they now have a business interest in the content of your email to use AI to generate targeted ads. For example, Google, Alexa, Alexa, commit suicide, please. Did that work? That's a joke, YouTube, by the way. There's no one named Alexa, though that name doesn't exist except for Amazon products. So anyway, I just bring this up for this very critical point of Fourth Amendment law that unless you have studied the Fourth Amendment, you may not know that once you involve a third party, the phone company, this is why the police can always know who you've called. They can't necessarily get recordings of the calls or what was said, but they can put PIN registers. It's much easier now. They used to put a physical PIN register that would log the numbers that came through your line. Who were you calling? Who was calling you? And then because you shared that with the phone company so that they could connect you, that was their business interest. You had no privacy interest in who you called or who called you at all. Police could just get it. So anyway, abortion was uniquely protected in this way. But a medication abortion, they can maybe track who bought a pill, but they can't prove who took one. That's a different question. So I think we're going to see I would make, like, if I was hired to, and I would probably not take the case, but in the hypothetical event that I was hired to do an argument for medication abortion, I would make the argument that it's distinctly different, has much stronger Fourth Amendment protections baked into it because it does not involve a third party for the act of taking the pill. Maybe I just go as a woman, for example, and get one of those pills in case I decide I want to take it. Or maybe I get one and give it to a friend because who knows? I would make that argument. And I think you can make a very convincing argument that it's different and uniquely protectable from the overall general sort of common idea of abortion procedures that happen in doctors' offices. And if anybody wants to know, I've had this stance, I think, for the past, I don't know, 8 years or so. So that's consistent with my opinion on where that goes. You could probably find me talking about it in a similarly autistic way somewhere else. Okay, so next, to otherwise protect and expand access to the full range of reproductive healthcare services, including actions to enhance family planning services such as access to emergency contraception. So emergency contraception tends to be morning after pills. Okay. Again, morning after pills, probably even more protected than medication abortions. Morning after pills can be issued whether or not a pregnancy has been established. So that's the whole point. Typically, it's a preventative measure is the idea. But they have different levels of pill that go out further and further and further. And at some point, those transition into an abortificant versus a preventative thing. But that's not contemplated by Roe. So currently, those are going to be probably attempted to be regulated by the state. But the legislature could just pass a law under the Commerce Clause where they're the ones regulating this shit. They could do that. And then the states would have to pass a different law. And then you'd have an argument over the Supremacy Clause. And we'd figure it out in the same way we figure out all this other shit. Okay, here we go. Identifying ways to increase. So this is the order, by the way. I'm not reading all the news stories about it. This is the actual order. Identifying ways to increase out. This is still the report. Ways to increase outreach and education about access to reproductive healthcare services, including by launching a public awareness initiative to provide timely and accurate information about such access, which shall share. So look out for PSAs on PBS, big stupid billboards that talk about abortion rights and shit all over the place, funded by the government. That's coming. Share information on how to obtain free or reduced cost reproductive healthcare services through Health Resources and Services Administration, funded health centers, Title X clinics, and other providers, and include promoting awareness of and access to the full range of contraceptive services. So this is where they're going to have to focus all of their major efforts, though, is on contraceptive and family planning services. And by the way, fine. If we want a government that does not want us to breed, and they want to try and convince people not to, okay, the government can do that. That's well within the government's purview. As well as know your rights information for those seeking or providing reproductive health care services. And here's the third part, identifying steps to ensure that all patients, including pregnant women and those expecting pregnancy loss, such as miscarriages and ectopic pregnancies, ectopic pregnancies were not considered abortions. Halsey, I don't remember if I talked about this, but Halsey said something so fucking stupid the other day. She said that her abortion allowed her to live so she could have a son later on. Halsey had a child that died in utero, and they had to remove the dead child from her body. And she considered that to be an abortion. And she was glad she wasn't forced to carry the dead baby to term. Nobody on fucking earth thinks that that's an abortion, and no one is opposed to the removal of a verified dead baby inside of you, because you have to remove the baby. God, these people. In a similar way, ectopic pregnancies are not considered abortions. They're not like these are the types of pregnancies that are legitimate risks to the mother, and they're medical procedures that often involve removing a portion of the uterus. So, ectopic pregnancies, if you don't know, that's where implantation occurs outside of the uterus. For whatever reason, a fertilized egg, basically you get fertilization in a fallopian tube. Sometimes the baby will the baby will implant in a fallopian tube. That baby will not live most of the time. Just automatically, it won't grow, it won't get the nutrition. Sometimes you get them leaving the fallopian tube, not entering the uterus, and attaching to like a kidney or a liver. It's really weird. There's some very weird edge cases that have happened. They're extremely rare, but they have to remove these because the mother will die. They will hemorrhage and die if the baby is allowed to grow there. The corneal pregnancy is similar. That's where it implants right where the fallopian tube meets the uterus. And in that case, when a baby implants there and it grows, it will rupture the uterus, often killing the mother, long before delivery. What you have to do in those cases, a lot of times, is to remove part of the uterus. And in effect, cut off access to half of the eggs because you have to cut off access to that ovary. It's a very unfortunate situation. They're absurdly rare, and they're not really considered abortions. Because they're not viable pregnancies. There have been a couple really weird instances where ectopic pregnancies actually did deliver babies. Again, the extreme minority of the extreme minority. People aren't opposed to that medical procedure. And that's not what's talked about. This is always what's brought up when women's rights to abortions are mentioned. This ain't it, champ. They're talking about contraceptive abortions 99.9% of the time. That's what people mean. When a woman goes, you know what? I just don't want this baby now. Boom, get it out. They're not talking about life-threatening pregnancies. They're not talking about that. They're not talking about ectopic pregnancies, corneal implantations. It's not what they mean. And again, miscarriage. Nothing to do with abortion. A woman miscarries and needs assistance in removing parts of the body because they'll rot and then the woman can get very sick and die. So sometimes they have to do a procedure to flush out the uterus, for lack of a better phrase. But that baby's long gone at that point. No one wants to force women to carry miscarriages to term. I don't know that they even can. It's such a weird fucking thing. They receive the full protections for emergency medical care afforded under the law, okay, including by considering updates to current guidance and obligations specific to emergency conditions and stabilizing care under the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, and providing data for the Department of Health and Human Services concerning implementation of these efforts. Now, remember, this is all, this 1, 2, 3 thing here, this is all in response to, you've got A, here's B. This is all in the report. So all that is just part of a report about those things. So that's nothing. None of this is actually being implemented. A report about all of this stuff that I just read is being created. That's all. Next, to promote access to reproductive healthcare services, the Attorney General and the Counsel to the President shall convene a meeting of private pro bono attorneys, bar associations, and public interest organizations in order to encourage lawyers to represent and assist patients, providers, and third-party parties lawfully seeking these services throughout the country. Yeah, this is government is going to fund pro bono attorneys to challenge this ruling and bring about a new Roe. They're going to have an actual meeting, a cabal of pro bono attorneys, bar associations, and public interest organizations who will fund lawsuits to go to the Supreme Court to get a new Roe. That's what they want. With your tax dollars. Yep, exactly. And I said this when the opinion was first released. Roe going away does not mean the abortion issue is leaving the courts. This will be fought about and fought about and fought about. This is their sacred baby. This is the Dalai Lama on life support. Every effort will be expended to save this thing. Inner City Pigeon says, you do realize the term is flesh out, not flush out. Not when you're talking about removing a baby from a uterus. They literally flush it out of the uterus. Fleshing it out would be to develop it. Developing an idea is fleshing out. Flushing out means to usually insert a fluid to force things out of something else. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, they do it with a vacuum tube, basically. But so no, my syntax was correct there. Oh shit, here we go. Let me read a couple of these super chats real quick. Arno09, can I get a shout out to Black Heron Spirits and Solar Spirits, both local distilleries deep in the heart of Washington wine country. They both have menus online, so give them a Google and bump up their traffic a bit. That's Black Heron Spirits and Solar Spirits. Cheers to them. Keep making the good. All right, Leon Johansson. Roe versus Wade was based and liberal pilled. All rights under the Constitution should be that powerful. They should be more powerful. Your rights under the Constitution should be undisputed. I agree. The government shouldn't be anywhere near your trigger finger or near your uterus. Maybe on the uterus, but that's not in the Constitution, not contemplated by the founders. And more importantly, there's a real question of when rights are conferred to a human. At what point do they deserve the protection from their state? Because if you're full libertarian, the non-aggression principle applies to a person at some point, right? So is a baby in utero entitled to the non-aggression principle? If so, then it's libertarian to protect that baby. If not, then it's not. That is Alito's argument, is that is a state-based decision to determine when life actually exists and when it's worth protecting. That the people of the state get to make that determination. And the problem that we have is that's not fleshed out anywhere. But again, I will briefly say, as in my argument on Destiny's channel, in which I was alone by myself against 3 other attorneys, all of whom were retarded, I pointed out very correctly that the English common law, since about the 1400s and continuing through American Supreme Court jurisprudence, has recognized property rights for babies who are conceived. And present property rights, meaning that they're not able to take possession physically because they're inside of a vagina. But once they pop out of the vagina, they get to take possession and are entitled to interest that would be earned on the value of the possession from the time that title conferred to them while in utero. Those cases go way back. Way back. Property law has recognized the unborn as persons with rights for 600 years. It's a lot older than Roe. That being said, I don't know if that's right, but it is true. And there's a bunch of people who either don't know that or don't want to acknowledge it because it becomes uncomfortable with the idea that that thing inside of a woman has rights and we take them away without any representation for the thing inside the woman. We eliminate the entirety of their rights. Now, maybe they don't deserve rights. A reasonable position for people to take is that that doesn't deserve rights. Okay. If that's your position, put it down in an amendment and put it in the Constitution. Rights are conferred upon, or personhood is confirmed upon the birth of a baby. Once it passes the magical cervical curtain, it is now entitled to rights. The cervix is Harry fucking Potter, and it says, Insoliando, and poof, there's a soul in that baby, and now it matters. That's a reasonable position, by the way. People can have that position. But you got to define it. Right now, all the overturning of Roe did was it allowed states to determine when that occurs. I don't think birth is actually a very good measure because it's not objective in the slightest. It is arbitrary. Gestational age and birth are disconnected because we have babies born at 21 weeks, a little bit less sometimes, but in the 21st week, we'll say. And then we have babies born at 44 weeks. Well, what the fuck? I mean, one baby is twice as old. It has to wait twice as long for its rights to be conferred to it. That doesn't make sense. The one almost reasonable part of Casey was the idea of viability because it technically tracks gestational age rather than birth. But viability was supposed to get earlier and earlier, and it never did. That was part of the problem with it. But if you want to put down in the Constitution a gestational age at which rights confer, again, makes much more sense. Maybe it's 6 weeks. Maybe it's 18 weeks. Maybe it's 26. I don't know. And you could say that a baby born at 22 weeks does not have any rights for 4 weeks of their intensive neonatal care. Again, I disagree with that, but other people don't. There are people who think that babies born should not be protected for a year after birth. But I'm just raising some of the general issues with this question. Medical realities and legal realities that exist that are always ignored in this. But yeah, back to Leon Johansson. Again, the sort of libertarian principle of fundamental rights being fundamental, I agree with. The question is, when does the baby get those rights? And that's a question that's not so clear. It's not so clear. I don't know the answer on that, by the way, but that's part of the argument. S. Asp, can you make an argument against Gomez? Shameful what happened today with a Ramsey County judge ruling Minnesota restrictions unconstitutional today. I have no idea what Gomez is. I'll have to look it up. See, Goody says, should have told them to hit like. It was at peak viewers before this shit, you bigot. Oh, I should have. By the way, if you like this stream, probably the wrong time to ask as I deliver uncomfortable conversation about abortion. But if you like this stream, please click the like button. After things like the Depp trial, very briefly, I'll explain this. Viewership goes from here, 80,000 people watching live, to like 5,000 to 10,000 people watching live. And what YouTube's AI sees is 90% of the people who were watching aren't watching. Maybe I shouldn't promote this as much. And channels like mine who cover things regularly, but also have massive topical spikes like that, that go on for a long time, like Rittenhouse is several weeks, Johnny Depp trials 7 straight weeks. I mean, 8, if you buffer in some stuff on the ends. Going through that kind of fluctuation, even though the core audience of the channel has not changed, the AI just sees numbers changing dramatically and it goes, whoa, maybe I shouldn't recommend this as much. One of the ways to counter that is to like the videos if you like them. If you don't like them, don't click the fucking button. But if you like them, please do. The other way to really help counteract that is to share video links off the platform. I really, really appreciate that. You have no idea how much that helps. Sharing them on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Again, if you think other people would like them, that shit helps a ton. So those are the 2 big things you can do to help out not just me, but any YouTuber that you like. Those things mean so much to us. And I hate asking for them because it's always awkward. But I will say we're at 3,785 likes. If you guys get over 5,000 likes, I'll take a shot of a shitty drink just for you. Straight shot. Just bam. Pound it down, suck it up, and hate my life. Since my pain often brings out the best in you guys, I'll do it. Okay, here we go. But I'll look into what the Gomez case S asked. I don't know what it is. Rage Pigs. Since when do you hate the grift? No, I don't hate the grift. I hate asking people to click like. I would much rather ask them to donate $2 million. Just pledge $100 each. Rage Pigs Redux. Medication abortion is not going to make them happy, though. No, it's not. The deal with abortions is they sell the aborted fetus parts and stem cells to pharma in China and many other areas. This is why they were so protected. No. You're saying very uncomfortable things. Don't talk about that. Dribbly Bob. Abortion is green. Abortion is green. I guess. Yeah. I mean, technically, right? It reduces carbon emissions. Pope Rackets Touch Me says, you ever reading those super chats from Friday? Yes. We started to, but I will get to the rest of them from the previous Friday. There's a couple left. And then Friday. Yes, I will get to them. I really want to just do it on a day stream and just do that. And I didn't have time today because of travel and stuff, but I think tomorrow I do. So we'll see. Okay, next. See Goody reminder. Nick loves getting emails, especially ones he didn't ask for. Send all your emails to ricada.org. One day, See Goody, I'm going to introduce you to the bad end of a pickaxe. That's the wooden end going in your ass. Okay, here we go. Section 4, protecting privacy, safety, and security. To address potential heightened safety and security risks related to the provision of reproductive healthcare services. What heightened security risk? See, that what they think is, this doesn't make sense, by the way. Since conservatives got a victory for having Roe overturned, now conservatives will go out and grenade clinics. That's the idea that they're talking about. That once conservatives got the victory they've been looking for 50 years, now they will go murder abortion doctors and nurses and stuff. Oh, okay. All right. Just an update. We're at 4,094 likes, which means just 906 likes to go. And I will drink a shot of something fucking awful. Okay, here we go. Back to this. The Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security shall consider actions as appropriate and consistent with applicable law to ensure the safety of patients, providers, and third parties, and to protect the security of clinics, including mobile clinics. Wait, mobile clinic? Oh, I know what a mobile abortion clinic is. So I've seen these. Have you guys seen these? It's a truck with an extendable staircase. and they just take the woman to the top of the staircase. And there's like a boom stair or whatever, like they have at airports or whatever, and they just throw the woman down the stairs. That's the mobile abortion clinic right there. Did you hit your stomach on the way down? Jesus Christ. Pharmacies and other entities providing, dispensing, or delivering reproductive and related healthcare services. So this is great. I don't think they realize how this looks. I don't think they realize how this looks. They're going to station feds at abortion clinics for your protection. Remember, the whole point is to keep the government away from your uterus, right? So you're going to have federal agents, presumably armed federal agents, at the front doors, at the back doors, guarding the dumpsters where they throw the dead babies, inside, staring at all the women coming in to have their babies aborted. Just going to be federal fucking agents, probably like an AR or whatever, like at an airport. Homeland Security is going to be protecting you, definitely not watching you. Remember, we've tried legally to keep these fucking monsters away from you your entire life. But wait till you go, we're going to make you feel safe at your abortion with a big dude named Jerry carrying a fucking fully automatic M4 for your protection. Thanks. Good luck. To address the potential threat to patient privacy caused by the transfer and sale of sensitive health-related data and by digital surveillance related to reproductive healthcare services, and to protect people seeking reproductive health services from fraudulent schemes or deceptive practices. Oh, no! Planned Parenthood's going, wait, no, we didn't ask for this. No. No, we want to sell. No. We want to sell this data, please. And we want to sell those parts. Don't protect shit. The chair of the FTC is encouraged to consider actions as appropriate and consistent with applicable law to protect consumers' privacy when seeking information about and provision of reproductive healthcare services. They're not going to do their job here because, again, Planned Parenthood makes a fortune off this shit. Benjamin Blatt in the chat says probably checking and recording IDs for privacy. Yeah, exactly. Okay, the Secretary of Health and Human Services shall consider actions, including providing guidance under the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Law, as amended by this public law, and any other statute as appropriate to strengthen the protection of sensitive information related to reproductive healthcare services and bolster patient-provider confidentiality. Which they have you sign it away. They want to sell your baby parts. It's so fucking weird. They don't talk about it. At least be honest about what you're doing. Again, if you're okay with abortion as a principle, like it really shouldn't bother you that they sell fetal parts, right? Like that shouldn't be a big deal. I don't think. Is that a different thing? Because to me, I mean, if I'm dead, if you kill me and chop me up, I don't much care what you do to but like if you want to sell my penis to science for like, well, how small things work in big places or something. Like, I don't know. I'm not there, so I don't mind. To me, like the hush hush around the selling of baby parts is such a weird thing. It's like, I care more that you killed them than that you sold them. Now, the selling provides an incentive to not counsel people against the abortive act, right? Like that's kind of one of the arguments. Like, well, I mean, if they can get 15 grand per baby or, for the parts, it's like if you could buy a Volkswagen Beetle that doesn't run, but sell it for 15 grand in parts, then that's a good deal. You buy it for like $600, sell it for 15 grand. Brutal. Perfect. But The idea is that you'd be then encouraging people to abort, and they claim they don't do that. I may disagree. All right, anyway. Secretary of Health and Human Services shall, in consultation with the Attorney General, consider actions to educate consumers on how to best protect their health and privacy and limit the collection and sharing of their sensitive health-related information. Yeah, all the 19-year-old women going in for abortions are probably going to read that full terms of service. The end user license agreement for their D&E. The Secretary of HHS shall, in consultation with the Attorney General and Chair of the FTC, consider options to address deceptive or fraudulent practices related to reproductive healthcare services, including online, and to protect access to accurate information. We wouldn't want misinformation out there about abortions. See, ignore this part. Well, deceptive or fraudulent practices would be like, they're not going to address the deceptive and fraudulent practices of abortion centers. Documented extremely thoroughly and extremely well for years. Their practices are deceptive and manipulative and fraudulent. It's shown over and over again when people go undercover. James O'Keefe, obviously a landmark pioneer in this type of journalism. They're not talking about what the clinics do. They're talking about other people's misinformation. Section 5, coordinating implementation efforts. We're almost done here. This is the last full section. Oh, no, there's a 6, but it's not long. Coordinating implementation efforts. The Secretary of Health and Human Services and the Director of the Gender Policy Council shall establish and co-chair an intra-agency task force on reproductive health care access. Additional members shall include the Attorney General and the heads of other agencies as determined by the Secretary of HHS and the Director of the Gender Policy Council. Excuse me, what? The Gender Policy Council? We have a fucking Gender Policy Council? Okay. The task force shall work to identify and coordinate activities to protect and strengthen access to essential reproductive health care services. In addition, the task force shall coordinate federal intra-agency policymaking, program development, and outreach efforts to address barriers that individuals and entities may face in seeking and providing reproductive health care services. HHS shall provide funding and administrative support as may be necessary for the performance and functions of the task force. Now, believe it or not, guys, my reading of this has a purpose. We're almost done. I know reading through this stuff can be really boring, but this is how the nation is run. And I find it to be critical. But most importantly, we're going to be using this for the purposes of talking about how this order is talked about, how it's propagandized, and how it does nothing of what they're saying. The Attorney General shall provide technical assistance as appropriate and consistent with applicable law concerning federal constitutional protections to states seeking to afford legal protection to out-of-state patients and providers who offer legal reproductive health care. So if you want to get into my state to have an abortion, we're going to try and protect you in some way. What they're worried about is that Mississippi or Missouri or Oklahoma are going to make it illegal to travel to another state to obtain an abortion, which I don't think a state can do. Kind of violates the whole idea of a union of states that recognize the decisions and protections of other states. And they should not be able to do that. If you want to drive to New Jersey to get an abortion, I guess you should be able to do that. No other state should be able to stop you. because no other state should even be fucking asking why you're driving to New Jersey. I mean, generally, you should be asked, why in God's name are you going to New Jersey? Don't you know that Joe lives there? But other than that, there's no particular state interest in finding out where you're going or why. Fuck you. That's my answer, by the way. Where are you driving? Fuck you. That's where. They can in case of maps wanting to get laid. They have to already know. The maps have to deliver that information, and they always do. They always give that up. They're like, in the messages with the Fed that they think is a 13-year-old boy or whatever, they're like, I want to come to your house in Utah and just tear you apart. They always, those are the most disgusting fucking chats you'll ever read. I mean, I swear, I have never wanted to murder people more than when I do the when we cover the cases of the child abusers, the pedos, and they have the they always get trapped by the dumbest fucking websites. Like, the website could basically be fedsareus.com, but it's like they're seriously, I'm not joking. Like, the websites are named like sellyourchildtobigdaddy.com or whatever. And so some guy goes on there's like, yeah, I'll find a mom who wants to let me bang her kids. And then they have the most disgusting conversation you could ever imagine with a Fed who's just lying to them the entire time. And they thought that this website was real. And you're like, how the fuck do you think this was real? But when you read those conversations, you seriously just want to take a ball peen hammer and smash them one bone at a time, starting at the fingertips. Oh, those people deserve to be fucking killed. Oh. By the way, if you ever want to engage in those very, very dark subject, I've done a couple of those shows throughout the channel's history. They're called How to Catch and Convict a Pedophile or a Predator. I've done a couple of them where we take specific documents from existing cases involving people either like familiar to the channel. There's this guy, Tito. I actually interviewed Tito, by the way. Very interesting interview. So this is like 4 years ago. This is deep lore here. But Tito was the guy who was super critical of the channel. Turned out he had a child porn conviction, covered it on the stream, covered his conviction, and then he reached out and said he would do an interview. And so interviewed him. Hard stuff to watch. Then there was another one. We covered a Twitch streamer, a smaller Twitch streamer, I think a Call of Duty streamer, who kind of just fucking disappeared off the planet. Well, turns out he had caught a federal case. So we went through that one. There may have been a third one. But yeah, if you want to check those out, you got to look at, like, just go on to the Rekieta Law channel or search Rekieta Law, How to Catch and Convict. You'll find them. But they're hard shows to watch. They're really hard shows to do. Because I have certain opinions on what to do with child abusers, if you know what I mean. Just various thoughts on what to do. God, my face is itchy. I don't know what's going on here. Mr. Squiggles says, I can't find your Rekieta Law channel. You're on it. You're on it right now. But yeah, I do want to warn people. They're really hard shows to watch. They're graphic. I pull no punches. I read what's written, and they're gross. And those people deserve to be murdered. Okay, anyway. All right. So Section 6, general provisions. Nothing in this order shall be construed to impair or otherwise affect the authority granted by law to an executive department or agency or the head thereof, or the functions of the director of office of management and budget related to budgetary, administrative, or legislative proposals. This order shall be implemented consistent with applicable law and the subject to the availability of appropriations. Order is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit substantive or procedural enforceable at law or in equity or by any party against the United States, its department, agencies, or its entities, its officers, employees, or agents, or any other person. Joseph R. Biden Jr., Pedo Pete from the White House. Okay. What is... You can't find Ricada Law? I hate you guys. Don't forget Romeo Lacoste. Yeah, that was not the same type of thing, but it was pretty funny. Let me read a couple of these. And then we got 4 super chats, and then I'll talk about why we just read that fucking horrific order. Horrific because it's boring. Laura B. Dannon, David Daleden is a hero. Okay. Don't know who that is. Tomb of Arminius. The majority of abortions are not because a woman's life is threatened. It's because that life threatens a woman's lifestyle. Yes. The overwhelming majority of abortions are just contraceptive. The Dr. Pizza one is privated. Oh my God. Turn right at the nose. Turd Ferguson says Planned Parenthood not only encourages abortions, but demand it. My mom went in for a pregnancy test. I qualify for WIC, and they wouldn't let her without going through pro-abortion literature and the doctor's abortion spiel. Yeah, I genuinely think Planned Parenthood is demonic. Again, regardless of people's stances on abortion, I think that organization is horrifying. They target blacks for extermination. I mean, that alone is like just kind of wrong, I think. I think that's wrong. A lot of people think I don't think that would be wrong. No, I think that's wrong, personally. Legal Vices. Finally. Hey, what's up, brother? Handmaid Tale time is coming. Bathe my off Jeff and bring her to me. No. Mandy Karavichus, just thought I'd let you know. I went to Whataburger on my way home and saw and got some new peppercorn grilled chicken sandwich and one of their new banana milkshakes. Sandwich is okay, but the shake is amazing. With a gay wrench. Thank you, Mandy. I hope, well, it sounds like you enjoyed it. I went to a place. Let me promote this place. It's in Maple Plain, Minnesota, which is in fucking nowhere. Just outside of the Twin Cities, but it's like one of the first places outside of the Twin Cities, county changes from Hennepin to Independence County. And then you're like out you're in country at that point. It's a place called Forkless. And they have really, really good food. I got some dry rub wings, which are really good. They're not fried, I don't think. I think they bake them or broil them, but they're still good. They're super tender. The skin on the dry rub is still, it's not crispy like fried, but it's cooked. It's not like soggy. And the seasoning is terrific. I got a Cuban wrap, which was pulled pork because it's barbecue. Pulled pork, mustard, pickles. They do a Gouda mac and cheese, which is really fucking good. They have excellent different barbecue pizzas. Check it out. Forkless. No one knows where that is. Somebody in this chat knows where Maple Plain, Minnesota is, and they might go through there. Some people are from the Twin Cities or around it. I would strongly suggest Forkless. It's a really small place. Their ribs are really good too. Hard to find anything barbecue related in Minnesota that's good. That place is actually good. Seagoody says those How to Catch and Convict a Pedophile and the Erosion of the Fourth Amendment streams are some of my favorites. I like the heavy topics. I'm fucked up throwing up the episodes in chat. Well, there you go. See Goody's doing the work. Terrific. Thank you, See Goody. Thanks for something. Okay, why did I just read this fucking boring executive order? No, Mandy, I don't crucify people for not knowing what a kolache is. A kalash? A kalesh? A kalesh? What are... Sanamalala, welcome to Kuwait. I sell you kalesh. No, Mandy. Stop being racist. A kolache is an Eastern European pastry wrapped around either meat or fruit, preferably meat, because it's delicious. Go eat them. You'll like them. They have dick-shaped things that taste good. Victoria, welcome to paralegal status. Thank you. Okay, so why did I so anyway, why did I read this executive order? Here's the deal. This thing is reported as Joe Biden issues executive order to protect abortion after Roe versus Wade. This is the propaganda machine at work. Nowhere in this order is abortion protected in any way after Roe versus Wade. State law trumps every single provision of that order. There's no federal protection of abortion that occurs in that order. There is nothing to keep abortion clinics open inside a state that has made abortion illegal. There's nothing to give federal abortion access. For example, like you could hypothetically, they could try and say abortions on military bases are allowed. Potentially, they could try that. None of that exists in this fucking executive order. And I just want to point that out because if you've seen the news reporting on this, the impression that you may have gotten is that this order somehow combats the Supreme Court's ruling. It does not in any way do that. And they can't. They can't. They will try and are trying to make it federal. Yep. The problem is to regulate it federally, they're going to have to regulate it as a commercial activity, which will be really fucking interesting for them to try. They have to say it's a commercial activity that's regulated under the Commerce Clause. And then, part of the lie of abortion gets exposed right there. They have to make it a business product, but it's sold as healthcare. So I just wanted to, but that's why I did it. I wanted to bring up the sort of misreporting and misrepresentation around abortion. The hardest part about the abortion discussion is getting past the lie and just having an honest conversation about it. You're killing a baby and you might be fully okay with that. It's actually, like, as horrible as it sounds, but it's actually okay to take the position that killing a baby is justifiable in some circumstances. There's plenty to suggest that we would kill other people justifiably in some circumstances. But I think what makes people uncomfortable is the idea that it might not be justifiable in this instance. But hypothetically, it could be. I don't think it is. But I think people are uncomfortable with that question. Because if it's not okay, how do you support it? Nick, you're wrong. What am I wrong about? That's what I'm curious. I want to know what I'm wrong about. Stace on the case. I agree. He says, she says, as long as it's within whatever law of the day, and then it's between you and God. Yeah. And importantly, this, people always misunderstand me, and I'll say it again. I personally don't condemn women who have had abortions. I often empathize with them and I have compassion for them. One, because they're at a time in their life where they thought that a baby would be such an imposition that they had to make an incredibly difficult and trying choice. At least I hope it was a difficult and trying choice for them to make. And two, because I think that they will have periods in their life where they strongly regret their decision. Even if they ultimately conclude that it's the right decision that they made, I think there will be periods where they really question that. And I think that questioning and that doubt can cause long-term damage for people. I don't think that's limited to abortion. I think that's lots of major decisions. But I don't tend to condemn them. One, it's not really valuable or profitable to condemn people for things that they have done. That's different for like criminal punishments and stuff like that. But just in general, for me, it's not that valuable. Like, how do I talk to someone if my opening is, I think you were horrible for what you did? It's not really that beneficial for the conversation. So I tend to not do that. People get me wrong just because I disagree with abortion as a protectable right. They think that I like hate women who have them. I don't. The women I know who have had abortions deeply, deeply regret them. They deeply regret them years later, and it leaves significant emotional and sometimes physical scars. The fact that you can't really talk about those subjects because it's so propagandized makes me suspicious about the conversations at all. But again, it doesn't make me hate them. It makes me feel bad for them. Johan Naxos says the real reason why women are so against it is because they would have to then have agency and be held accountable for their poor mating choices. Then they can't make Buddy pay for Chad's good time. I think some women, yeah, absolutely. The weird thing, though, is a lot of the women who are in support of abortion are in no danger of getting pregnant. Those are hideous fucking Gila monsters that no one wants to get into. And by Gila, I mean Klein. Amazing Wireless 2 got a call from an accountant today. Turns out we're broke. Been spending $40,000 a month on alcohol, super chats, and threesomes since COVID started. May have to sell the house, wife, and kids. This is my last super chat until next stream. Oh no. Oh no. Shit. Let me pour one out to you, brother. All right. To the dude bro dropping $40K a month on alcohol, super chats, and threesomes. 2 of those activities should be eliminated from your life immediately, and more super chats should flow. Once you eliminate the other 2, you should realize that you now have several $1,000s more a month for super chats. Cheers to you, and may the chats commence. All right. Now let's look at some of this coverage. Or not some of this coverage. This is a completely different approach to it, but I love this. Here we go. New York Times. This is not an opinion piece. This is a news story. Are you ready for this? Oh, shit. Big chat from Matthew Self. He says, we all live our own lives. Sometimes our decisions don't align. That's what's amazing by the idea of will. We can make our own choices and understand that choice as it is. I may be right in my own thought, but I won't push my idea on you. Make your own decision. We love you. Yes. Thank you, Matthew Self. I agree. I agree with that. 100%. People make their own choices. And that it's not really my job to, unless you want to touch kids, it's my job to condemn you a little bit for that. But that being said, one thing I think is missing from that though, and is missing from a lot of these discussions. And I had this discussion with a gay friend during the gay marriage thing during Minnesota. Here in Minnesota. You should never be ashamed for advocating, voting for, and asking your government to do the thing that you agree with. Right? Like if you are pro-choice, you should be able to lobby your own representative and say, I want you to fight for this. And if you are pro-life, you should be able to do the same. That is what a participatory government does. You should always be free to say, you know what? I think a thing should be this. And you should never feel bad about saying what you think a thing should be, because your position will either win or it won't. And if it doesn't win, okay. But if it does win, great. They define a thing like you define a thing. That's fine. But there's this idea out there that like you have an opinion about how things should be, but you shouldn't be allowed to exercise your opinion or vote on your opinion. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense. So the way the story about this is, I actually don't give a shit how gay you are and how much you want to put whatever into whoever's orifice. Go explore all the orifices you want. Doesn't bother me. I don't care. However, Minnesota put up a ballot referendum and they said, does marriage in Minnesota include gay marriage? And I said, no. If you ask me my definition of marriage, I will tell you what it is. I'm not out in the streets with a fucking sign. I don't say God hates fags or anything like that. I don't care. Like, again, I really don't care what you put your penis into, or what you like to eat. Like, if you like hot dogs or tacos, that's on you. I prefer tacos. If you like hot dogs, that's great. If you're a lady who likes tacos, that's great too. Not a problem for me. But if my government asks me how I define a thing, I get to say what I think. And that's fine. And no one should ever shame you or ask you not to vote in your particular way or not to determine something to be a thing. For me, I'm so fucking red-pilled on marriage that I think about 90% of marriages are not valid. Right? Like, I think that marriage fully is between a man, a woman, and God, and they mean it. And I think you can have very viable relationships that are not that. But so I'm my friend who's gay, super nice guy, by the way. Really like him. Hey, what's up? What's up, my man D? You know who I'm talking to. You're not watching my show. Who are we fucking kidding? Anyway, super nice guy, but we disagree on this issue, obviously, and that's okay. But he's like, well, so what about atheists getting married then? Should they be allowed to get married? I said, no, it's not marriage to me. He's like, well, and I'm like, well, dude, you asked what I think. I don't think it's a valid marriage. Like, that's not my definition of it. But the critical question is, should the government be involved in marriage at all? Well, no. Not my opinion. I don't want a government's permission to marry someone, and I don't think anybody else should either. But if they're going to be in the business of defining it, then I'll tell them how I want it defined. That's what a representative democracy is. They ask us what we want things to be. We say it. And if there's enough people, if there's enough collective will, that's what it is. It's a system we live in. Asteria says civil union should be the basis. Yeah. Or not. Or like just nothing. By the way, we're at 4,608 likes, which brings us to 392 likes to go until I drink something fucking terrible. Icaro says there really should only be contractual thing with marriage, no special rights in any way. I agree. I agree. I think if two long-term platonic roommates want to get married, civil unioned or whatever, so they can reduce the tax, they're like, you know what? We're going to just live together forever. We're not even going to have sex with each other. We just literally want to share resources and reduce our economic burden by sharing a room for the foreseeable future. Civil union them. Go ahead. Do whatever the fuck you want. Give them a tax break for only living in one property or whatever. I don't care. But that's my opinion on this stuff. But we're not there. We're so far from any of that. We're so far from a reduced government. It's crazy. No, there should be no special taxation or rights. Well, there should be no taxation at all. But if you have a tax break, again, this is the thing. If you have these benefits, then they should probably be able to be enjoyed by any people that fit the criteria for the benefit. And it should have nothing to do with what you want to put your dick in. But it also isn't marriage, right? Like two platonic friends shouldn't be getting married to share resources and to share benefit. That's weird. Marriage has contextual and important meaning for so many people. And those people should be able to define it, which is why the government never should. Government has no fucking business in it. Why the hell should there not be a tax break? Are kids not expensive? Kids are expensive whether you're married, single, or you have 18 sister wives. So the tax break belongs to the owner of the child. Just having a marriage doesn't mean anything for the kid, personally, because you can get married and not have kids. So, but this doesn't really matter, right? Like all of this stuff, my point about this is all of this can be figured out without the government defining a deeply held moral institution for the majority of the country. All of this stuff can be figured out. And shockingly, the more fucking communist your country becomes, the more they need to define all of those institutions and control them. I'm opposed to that. Always have been. Okay. But look at this. Here, we're back to this fucking subject. Oh, shit. The Field says, if the baby chases her down the street after screaming, "Shoot me, Binger," the mother could Planned Parenthood it in self-defense. Absolutely. Absolutely. Shoot me, Binger. Shoot me, Binger. Little bloody fetus running down the street. Mom holding her hospital gown, like her bloody hospital gown, up between her legs, hobbling along, trying to get away. This thing's umbilical cord is tracing. Arnold Schwarzenegger dives, grabs the umbilical cord and yanks back, and the little baby goes flipping backwards. Says, "Hasta la vista, baby." And hammered, like he swings it around like a hammer throw and launches it into the fucking sun. Make that movie right now. It's The Unborn 3. Oh, that would be awesome. Oh, okay. Okay. I got to watch that in my head just now as it was happening. It was good. All right, here we go. Matthew Self says, why does marriage have to have relief to the state? It doesn't. It doesn't have to. But as long as it does, we have to figure out who gets access to it, right? But no, it shouldn't have any relief to the state. Like, marriage should be between you, your significant other, and whatever else you believe in, even if that's nothing. That's my opinion. Okay, states. Let's get back to the non-ludicrous talk that is obscenely fucking ludicrous. States with abortion bans risk losing their economic edge. All right. So Texas, Oklahoma, North Dakota, Utah, Missouri, or whatever, Mississippi. That now they're going to lose their economic edge. Here we go. The Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade has prompted Democratic governors to pitch their states as better alternatives for business. Reminder, this is not in the opinion section. It's in the politics section. This is not an opinion piece. This is a news piece by Alexander Burns. As a group of conservative states enacted severe abortion restrictions last year, Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois sent letters to a handful of corporate executives with close ties to Texas. Mr. Pritzker, imagine the lunacy of being an Illinois sending a letter to a Texas company saying, trade in all of the tax benefits for you and your employees. No income tax, favorable corporate taxation. Trade all that in. Tax your employees more. Tax yourself more. Reduce your entire company's collective income so your female employees can abort babies. You know what's cheaper than that? A literal fucking corporate jet service from Texas to Illinois to bring women who want to abort babies straight to the fucking clinic. That would be cheaper than the collective loss of income for everybody from the overwhelming tax burden of a liberal state. Here we go. Mr. Pritzker, a Democrat, urged executives to rethink basing their companies in a state that strips its residents of their dignity. Most workers, he wrote, did not want to live under a rigid abortion ban. Citation needed. There was no immediate response to his overture. Well, we know that all these employees are only employing, or employers are only employing men anyway, and women in the workforce is a myth. So that doesn't matter. There was no immediate response to his overture. Companies thriving in Texas's freewheeling business environment were not about to flee because of legally contested abortion regulations that were not certain to be enforced. 10 months later, the political and legal landscape is radically different, and a Supreme Court decision that abolished the right to an abortion is now threatening to reshape the lines of economic competition between conservative and liberal states. The citation needed. For companies anchored in economically vibrant conservative states like Texas, Tennessee, and Georgia, the rollback of women's rights is no longer a hypothetical scenario, but an immediate challenge. It represents a potential disruption to the calculus that has made Republican-led Sunbelt states a draw for big companies, which have tended to embrace the reduced taxes and regulations while treating local social policy as something of a sideshow. Yeah, because that's what they're concerned about. Guess what? If all the women quit, they'll just hire men. And the best part is, despite the propaganda about disparity in pay, if all the women quit and they just hired men, they would save money because men get paid less in the jobs that are comparable for the same hours worked. That bargain may have grown more difficult in states that have imposed punitive abortion restrictions, banning the procedure altogether or limiting it nearly to the point of elimination. Some of the country's biggest businesses, including JP Morgan, Chase, AT&T, and the Walt Disney Company, have already announced they would take steps to help employees who need abortion access but cannot obtain it in their home states. They're going to literally fly women on the Disney jet to abort kids. Can you? They're going to send them on a fucking Disney resort bus. Send them up to fucking Virginia or Maryland. Well, why don't you get on the bus and go aboard our future customers? Like, can you imagine the Mickey propaganda? Get on the bus, bitch. Holy shit. Oh. Okay. There have not yet been major announcements about companies canceling expansions or relocating offices out of jurisdictions where abortion is now banned. Yeah, Disney's just going to immediately leave Florida because they fucking can do that. In states like Texas and Georgia, Republican lawmakers are effectively wagering. And again, JP Morgan, Chase, AT&T, they're in every state. These companies are in every state, even the shitty ones. They're everywhere. So where they headquarter, where they principal place of business is, where their taxes are determined, is going to be in a conservative tax-friendly state. Because they're going to have employees in Texas no matter where they headquarter their people. So why headquarter in Illinois? Oh, Jesus Christ. Republican lawmakers are effectively wagering that the local business environment will remain appealing enough to overcome concerns about women's rights. You're talking about major companies that are in those states anyway, to the tunes of massive portions of their workforce, not insignificant amounts. And to some conservative politicians, the risk of alienating business investment is a price worth paying to eradicate abortion, because they're not alienating business investment. There's no data to support this article. This is a news story. Where's his source? Where's a survey? Where's a company issuing a public statement? Where is literally anything? This is the New York fucking Times. I'm showing 4,916 likes. That puts us at 84 left. The fallout of the Supreme Court's ruling could be more dangerous for states that share Texas's economic and social policies, but lack its long-standing status as an economic powerhouse. States like Arkansas and Oklahoma and Arkansas are in no... It's the taxes, stupid. They don't have to be an economic powerhouse. They need to get out of the fucking way, which have passed some of the most restrictive abortion bans in the country. In places where pitched battles over abortion laws are now underway, some business leaders are urging politicians to proceed with caution. Oh no! 5,000 likes? Fuck. Malort? I don't want to drink Malort. I don't want to drink Malort. I don't want to drink military special tequila. All right, the poll's up. The poll is up. Okay. Well, my fate is in your hands. One of those options is really, really bad. The other two are only a little bad. Cledge Fenrir says, I've thought before of trying the Great Idaho concept in Illinois. Look up the idea of Fergatonia. Want them to join Missouri or Iowa. Not sure which would be better, but if Chicago won't leave, then let us leave. C. Goody says, military special tequila, pussy. You guys have just a few minutes while I read this article, and then we'll decide. Okay, an extreme response is not in the state's competitive interest, says Sandy Barua, president of the Detroit Regional Chamber, an influential business association in Michigan. Chamber of Cuckmers, fuck off. What a waste of an organization they've been. To the extent that the data shows today that young professionals care about this issue, I don't want to give young professionals a reason not to come to Michigan to work for Michigan companies. Fuck off, Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Barua's group responded to the Supreme Court's decision with a statement imploring state officials not to do anything that can make Michigan less hospitable for business recruitment. An abortion ban in Michigan wouldn't make it less hospitable in any way. It's neck and neck. Oh my gosh, Malort and Military Special are tied. Wow. It looks like on the bar graph, Military Special is actually slightly ahead. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. The state's Democratic governor, Gretchen Whitmer, and Republican-controlled legislature are currently clashing over the fate of a nearly century-old abortion ban that had been voided by Roe v. Wade but never formally repealed. Oh, fuck. That's funny. If it ties, you have to drink both? No, it's not a tie, though. Currently, Military Special Tequila is ahead on the bar graph. So you guys are going to have to make a definitive choice. Malort or Military Special. It looks like the worst one, Michter's Toasted Barrel Rye. And I mean, I got to encourage you. You know, there's still 7,500 people here. There's only 1,400 votes. If all 6,000 of you vote for the worst one, which is Michter's Toasted Barrel Rye, I'll really suffer. That is so disgusting. That would be the worst outcome possible. And 6,000 of you could make it happen right now. Okay. But this is hilarious. There's a century-old abortion ban. Remember, a century old, 50 years before Roe. But no states had it outlawed at the time of Roe. Mr. Barua acknowledged that some states like Texas might be so well established as business havens they could shrug off concerns about abortion rights and talent recruitment. Of his own state, Mr. Barua said Michigan needs every advantage it can get. Well, you need to get Whitmer out. The feds tried to kidnap her and you all stopped them. Okay, guys, I'm going to seriously 30 seconds and I'm going to end the poll. 30 seconds to cast your vote. Currently, Military Special Tequila is winning. Malort is close. You have 30 seconds to change the outcome. And really, it's between those two. So that's up to you, chat. In North Carolina, Governor Roy Cooper, a Democrat, gave a similar warning on Wednesday as he issued an executive order reinforcing abortion rights in the state. Mr. Cooper, who has vowed to veto any abortion ban approved by the Republican legislature, said any such measure would have a negative effect on economic growth here in our state. Vote him out. I mean, if you got a Republican legislature, maybe you should have a Republican governor. Or maybe not. I don't know. Here we go. Gonna end the poll. End the poll. Here it comes. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ending the poll right now. What do we got? Military special 41%, Malort 39%, and Michter's 18%. Oh, thank God. Oh, praise Jesus. Yes. Look, I was hoping to fool you with the Michter's, which is one of the best fucking whiskeys around. But I would take military special tequila over Malort 50 days out of 50. Oh. Whew. Tonight could not have gone better. It could not have fucking gone better. Hold on just a second. I mean, well, it could have gone better. I guess it could have gone to Michter's. I'm not sure if MD is still in the chat, but if he was, probably throwing a fucking fit that I wrote Michter's is terrible in there. Sorry, brother. I was trying to lie. I was just trying to lie my way into pleasure. Like any man at a bar would. I remember what happened last time I drank military special. I do. But trust me, I remember what happened the last time I drank Malort. It's far worse than anything else. Where is this shit? This is gross, by the way. This is really fucking disgusting, and I'm gonna hate every second of it. But the Malort is way worse. Why do I have Malort? It was sent to me by an evil man. The reality of what has happened is coming home, though. My eyes are watering. My body is rejecting this already. Oh. I hate. I'm like Flash watching Gundam. Oh God. Oh God. My body actually wants to vomit. I hate this stuff so much. Look, there's tequila and then there's this tequila. This is so bad. Okay. Shouldn't have smelled that. Should not have smelled that. Okay, here we go. fucking hate you, chat. Oh, it's so filthy. Oh. I'm not going to do a chaser. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait to drink my Gatorade. I'm a man of my word. You cannot just pound a shot and then suck down something better. Okay. Poorly redacted says mix all three, you disloyal shyster lawyer. I'm not going to mix a $400 whiskey with those two. That's disrespectful. Ugh. Amazing Wireless 2. Good news. Accountant called back. Said he mixed up the alcohol spending with Depp's file. Still told me to slow down on the threesomes, but also I've saved a bunch of money since I've unsubbed from Kurt. So here's another $20. Oh, thank you. Poor Kurt. But I will always, as king of the grift, I will take all of your misplaced and lost super chats. Like, oh man, I've unsubscribed from all these people and I don't want to super chat them anymore. I will find your super chats a home. I'm like a classic adoption service for super chats. Just park your money in my bank account. It's safe there. The good news is I didn't buy. Oh. Gross. Okay. I didn't buy the military special. I didn't buy that. Crimsonier, the only reason you need to not be in Michigan is that you can't have out-of-state brewery alcohol sent to you. Corrections 101, thanks for the laughs during third case of COVID after being double jabbed. I prefer natural. Oh, it's God damn it. I was told 4 months ago, my last bout of COVID by medical professionals, that I was immune for 6 months. The med comms can self-delete. Dirty Dan says, from Chicago with hate, Malort. As bad as his military special is, I know the Malort would have been worse. Honda 420, did you ever get to test drive the Viper? I did not, and I did not for a very specific reason. I went in and looked at it. It was a 96 Viper. It was in shitty shape. The outside looks great. The inside looks like fucking trash. It has 53,000 miles on it, which isn't a ton of miles. It was tagged at 42 grand, which for a Viper is not much. And it could probably be restored pretty nicely, but the battery on it was completely dead. I don't know how well it runs at all. And I wasn't keen on buying a 96 Viper. What color? It's white with blue racing stripes. 2 blue racing stripes. But I've got, so right now I'm looking at 2 options. They're all far off, and I have no idea if I can even pull the trigger on either of these, but I've narrowed it down to 2 choices. I'm either, if I buy a sports car, I've got 2 options, and I'm leaning to one particular. The 70th anniversary Corvette Z06, the C8 Z06 is 2023. Orders on them are starting. If they're not started now, they're starting really soon. So either a 70th anniversary, and the 70th anniversary only comes in the top trim. So it's the fully loaded version. So there's that, or the last year of the Challenger Hellcats are 2023, and ordering on those is soon also. So I can order either, and I probably won't get them before winter. So I'll have to just store it until summer on either one, pretty much. Either a Corvette Z06 70th anniversary or the final run of the Dodge Challenger Hellcat. So I'm leaning Z06. I'm leaning Z06. That naturally aspirated V8 is fucking loud, cool, and fast as shit. But the Hellcats are really awesome too. They're both awesome cars. They cost about the same. So, um, people are like, R8, get an Audi R8. First of all, Audi R8s are awesome and I love them. They're also around $200,000, which is really rich for my blood. They're over double the price of like a fully loaded Hellcat or a fully loaded Corvette. So there's a big problem there. The other problem is the R8 is slower than both of those other cars. So I'm not a big fan of the R8. I love the R8. I love how it looks. I love that Lamborghini bought Audi, or Audi bought Lamborghini and made a Lambo that's an Audi. I like it. But if I could spend 200 grand on a car, I would spend, I'd probably push for a Lambo, but I can't do that. So those are the two cars I'm looking at right now. The GT 500, the Cobra, is pretty fucking cool, but it's just not the same. The Corvette and the Hellcat are comparable. They're the fastest fucking American cars. They're the quickest American cars and the fastest. And they're awesome. They're both loud. And I love them. R8 is not slower around a track. I can't afford a $200,000 car. That ain't happening. I just don't have the money. There's no way I could spend that much on a car. But now all of the Alan Mellon, I like the new Nissan Z, but it's a 6-cylinder, which is cute. It's cute, but that V8. Nick's never heard of a Ford GT, and I've heard of a Ford GT. Those are way more expensive. Look, again, if I had unlimited money, I'd buy a Lamborghini Huracan and take it to Hennessy, and I'd laugh at everybody. That's what I would do. And I'd only drive it 30 miles an hour my entire life. It would never leave first gear. If I had unlimited money, that'd be fucking hilarious. Crowdsource Nick's car fund. I couldn't even do that as a joke. But someone said Corvettes are uncomfortable. So that's the thing I have to do. I need to go sit in a C8 and I need to sit in a Hellcat. Well, I've sat in a Challenger before, so I know I fit in a Challenger and I fit just fine. I don't know how I fit in a Corvette. So I have to try them. Both of them are special, right? The last Hellcats being made by Dodge, because they're going to retire the Hellcat line next year. So that's special. And then the 70th anniversary Corvette, very special. So not like you can change a seat. You can change a seat. You can't necessarily change headroom and legroom. I sat in that 96 Viper. I would never be comfortable in that car. There's no way to be comfortable in that car for me. I'm too tall for it. So Calvo Motorsports is in Minnesota and they specialize in Vipers, 1,200 to 3,000 horsepower kits and street legal. Yeah, don't those cost $300,000? But anyway, I think again, we're talking about like orders of magnitude. I have orders of magnitude of wealth that I don't have. So, but we'll see. I'm looking at this Calvo thing. Yeah, they're amazing. I'm looking at them. They're beautiful. But you got to call for pricing. I'm sure they're 300 grand. Have more wealth, poor. If Johnny Depp would sue Amber Heard every month, we'll do it. Okay. Real quick. Crimsoneer Z06 Vet only has 70 more horsepower than the 400Z. No, the Z06 has like 670 horsepower. I think it's 670. Anyway, I'm not going to sit and debate all this right now. Just telling you what I'm thinking right now. Hold out for a used Dodge Demon. Might take years, but I'm hoping to live vicariously through your super chatted life. No, the current Hellcat, the top line Hellcat is higher horsepower than the Demon. All right, let me finish. I gotta finish this fucking show. You're never gonna drive the Maverick Limit. That's what I need. I need to crowdfund an F-18. Okay, here we go. So this is some Republican-controlled states that have already imposed limits on abortions, like Florida and South Carolina, are weighing whether to tighten them even further. In Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis, perhaps the most prominent conservative governor, has enacted a 15-week ban, but some state legislatures are pushing for a so-called heartbeat bill that would block all but the earliest abortions. Okay. Is DeSantis opposed? Look at the supposition laced throughout this. The lack of discussion of what's going on allows people to come to a conclusion that they will determine that, like, DeSantis is opposed to a more stringent abortion thing because of the business. None of that's actually quoted or said anywhere. Oh yeah, share my screen. It's not that impressive. Gina Raimondo, the nation's commerce secretary, said in an interview that the states imposing rigid abortion bans were all but certain to suffer economically. I love this. I love this talking point. It's been going on forever. Abortion is the most popular thing on the planet, according to the mainstream media. And I don't fucking believe a word of it. I don't believe a word of it. But we're going to get a big test in 2022. But the way they talk about this, it's like, well, if you oppose abortion, everyone will leave your state and all business will dry up faster than an aborted vagina. Let's fucking see it happen. Let's see it happen. I do not believe. This is just a belief. I don't have data. I do not believe abortion is anywhere near as popular as they make it out to be. Not at all. I've spoken to CEOs who are rethinking those states, says Miss Raimondo, a Democrat. Name them. Name one. I think the cumulative effect will, over time, develop to be quite significant. The Democrats are fucking begging for business to get into Democrat states. Like states that have not already had established businesses. Those businesses are, when they can, they flood to conservative states. They're flooding there. Conservative people in those states hate it. They hate it because they bring their shit policies into their states, because they import a bunch of liberal fucking lunatics into conservative states. And they go, well, we ruined our other state. Let's ruin this one. I don't know why my taxes were so high there, but now I want free gas. I want free heat. I want squatters' rights. I want property values to skyrocket. I want more taxes in general. Why are my taxes so high? But anyway, big companies are fighting a war for talent, Miss Raimondo said, and particularly for female talent, given that women make up a growing majority of new college graduates. everything we've been told by the same people, by the exact same people, everything we've been told is that these companies are not hiring enough women, that they're not looking for women, that they will not hire women, that women are not hired at the same rate as men. And then here they are saying, oh, these companies are looking, they're just begging for female talent. Are they, though? Which one's true? One hand, you tell us that they're not hiring enough women ever. And then on the other hand, you tell us they're just begging to hire women. Pick one. They can't both be true. A former governor of Rhode Island, Miss Raimondo. Oh, good. A former governor of a fucking state as big as my asshole. Ms. Raimondo predicted that companies would find it difficult to recruit skilled workers in states where women's rights and medical services were sharply curtailed. Yeah, they're going to have no problem doing this. There is data to back up that view. A survey published this month by Pew found that more than 3 in 5 people with college and postgraduate degrees disapproved of the Supreme Court's decision. That does not back up the view, by the way, along with nearly 70% of people under 30. Neither does that back up the view. First of all, you're talking about talented people. You're not talking about people under 30. Second of all, disapproving of the Supreme Court's decision and being willing to uproot your entire fucking life over it are two vastly different things. Safe, legal, and rare, right? Rare being the important part of that. The idea that women at big companies are going to just move so they can get all kinds of abortions all the time is ludicrous. As cynical as I am on abortion in general, the idea that women are out there just shoving all sorts of shit into their vagina to suck babies out is crazy town. Abortions are individually rare for the majority of women. Not just the majority, the fucking insane, overwhelming majority of women in the workplace, especially. Abortions are rare on an individual basis. Abortions are horrifically common on a population level. But for individuals, they're small. You're talking in a nation of 350 million people, which would presume 175 million women. 700,000 abortions per year, I think, is the most recent data, somewhere between 600,000 and 800,000. So you're talking less than 1% of women having abortions per year. But all of these women are going to upend their life over the abortion they're not likely to have. And at big companies where any woman at a big company would feasibly be able to travel the minor amount of distance to an adjacent state that allows abortion. This is the most retarded shit I've read in a long time. What do you do, right? You're not planning on getting an abortion because you're not planning on getting pregnant. So do you upend your entire life in the event that you might get an abortion? Because you might get pregnant and might not want it. Or when that happens and you go, you know what? I got pregnant. I took precautions. It didn't stick or whatever. I got pregnant. Now I need to go get an abortion. Do you just get in a car, get on a bus, or get on a plane? And then go back to your life in your economically beneficial state with your big company income? The answer is fucking obvious. Only the diehard abortion supporters, which are mostly going to be unemployed because the diehard supporters of everything are mostly unemployed. It's why they're out protesting all the fucking time. Only those people are going to upend their lives, and they can't afford to anyway. This is insane. Like, this is an insane proposition. I hope, you know what? I hope they're right. I hope they're right, and I'm the idiot here. Because I'll eat my Schadenfreude. It's fine. But I will contest that there's no fucking way that this is accurate. "62% of women disapproved of the decision, according to the survey." Again, disapproving of the decision does not translate into moving. Let me give you an example. I vehemently disapprove of the 9 to 12% income tax in Minnesota. Vehemently disapprove. I'm not moving. I would save in taxes each year more annual income than I made coming out of college. I would save an annual income in state taxes alone if I just left this state. But I'm stuck here. Like, I'm here. A chick who might one day need to get an abortion, is not likely to upend her entire fucking life to do so. And a company is certainly not going to cripple their own income, taking on voluntary massive taxes, or impose that upon their employees. Crazy town. David G says that's cheap in AU. Income tax is 30%. Oh, no. David G, that's just the state. The federal income tax is significantly higher. 30% plus the extra 9 to 12%. Fucking insane. Okay, here we go. A young and educated cohort of workers has been pushing companies in recent years to be more vocal in speaking out on issues of broad social concern. Fire all of them. Fire all of these people. Are killing your fucking company's business, including gay rights and racial justice, bringing some major corporations into conflict with the conservative-leaning states they call home. Fire every one of them. God, I wish I was a CEO of a major company. I'd be firing people like fucking crazy. Every time. One Facebook post, they'd be like, you know what? Abortion, fucking fired. Let's talk about gay rights. Fired. Both sides of the issue, by the way. You're fired. You're fired. Go home. He's dead, Jim says, real question, not a troll. On the flip side, what about companies firing women for traveling out of state for an abortion? That'd be an acceptable reason for termination, pun intended. Yes, it's an acceptable reason for termination, because if you're at an at-will employment state, if you have a contract, way different. 2, no company should fire a woman for having an abortion unless that company is like an anti-abortion company specifically. Like Minnesota Right to Life CEO has an abortion, fired, get the fuck out. Right? But Target, Best Buy, Wells Fargo, whatever. I don't know who would do this, but if a woman wants to fly to another state and get an abortion, no, they should not be fired. But is it grounds for it? In an at-will state, literally everything is grounds for firing. Good performance is grounds for firing in an at-will state. All right, I think I've endured the tequila long enough. It's just marinating in my mouth, and I hate it. Fire them if they're pro-abortion? You can. In at-will states, you literally can do that. And you should be able to. A company should be able to be in charge of its culture. A company should also be able to fire people for being conservative. It's a tough fucking reality of freedom. Here we go. Some liberal states are already depicting their abortion rights policies as a business advantage, reinforcing the appeal of the wealthier and more progressive states that many businesses opt to call home in spite of their taxes. In Massachusetts, Governor Charlie Baker, a Republican, suggested that companies should consider his state's ironclad abortion rights protections as an inducement to expand there. Unelect that guy. Mr. Pritzker, a billionaire venture capitalist before entering politics, said in a recent interview that his administration was including information about Illinois' permissive abortion laws in its recruitment pitch to companies, particularly since the court's draft opinion leaked in a Politico article in early May. And here you go. Notice how many Democrats are like this? Billionaire venture capitalists before entering politics. Thought they were opposed to that sort of shit. As a political matter, Mr. Pritzker urged Democrats to lean into the message that abortion restrictions were bad for the economy. A Democratic president and vice president, Democrats more broadly, should be talking about this first as an issue of individual rights and freedom and second as an economic issue, he said. Workers care about this. Not the first time in recent years when right-wing social policies have thrown state-level business competition into turmoil. In 2016, Republican lawmakers in North Carolina triggered a multi-year business boycott by passing a law known as the Bathroom Bill, requiring transgender people to use facilities that matched the gender they were assigned at birth. 2 years earlier, the business community in Arizona mobilized in force against so-called religious freedom legislation that could have opened the door to discrimination against LGBTQ people. Did North Carolina actually have any problems with this? Like, did anybody actually fucking care in the long run? I know it made a bunch of headlines for like a month, but I'm guessing if you go into North Carolina today, all those businesses are still fucking there. In Virginia, a 2012 attempt by far-right legislatures to mandate that women receive invasive ultrasounds before obtaining an abortion caused outrage amongst moderate voters and corporate leaders. This was one of the most retarded things ever, okay? Let's talk about this. This is medical reality. As a man with 5 children, I'm pretty well versed in pregnancy and birth. I've been present through all of the pregnancies. I have been at literally every single appointment for all 5 pregnancies. And I've been at appointments for miscarriages, and I've been at fertility appointments when we had trouble getting pregnant. And since we had 3 miscarriages and a long period of infertility, not only have I been at all of the appointments, but guess what? We had probably 3 to 4 times the amount of appointments that normal people have per pregnancy. We were considered a high-risk pregnancy on all 5 of them. I have seen babies delivered by C-section. I have seen babies delivered naturally. I have seen babies delivered naturally after a C-section. I have seen babies induced. I have seen natural deliveries. Let's see. What else? I have seen a version, which is horrifying. I don't know if you've ever seen a version. Versions are where the baby is not head down. And so the doctor has to push his hands into the stomach to try and position the baby. Like they have to force the baby around. Terrifying to watch. Okay. Let me just say, I've seen some shit. I know a lot about pregnancy. And I know plenty about transvaginal ultrasounds. That's what they're talking about. Traditional ultrasound, babies, the mom's growing pretty well. Baby's getting big, 20 weeks or so. You do an ultrasound. You can do them a little earlier, 16 weeks. And that's where they squeeze a jelly on top of your stomach and they put this little thing and it uses sound waves, right? To basically create a map based on resonance off of different materials and of this thing. And you can see a baby. You can see a representation of a baby. There's a point where babies are too small to be seen through the stomach tissue because there's a lot of tissue and a little tiny thing that they have to go to. So they do something called a transvaginal ultrasound. That's where they take an ultrasound and attach it to a fucking dildo and they shove it in the woman's vagina And then they root around with it for a while until they can see the baby, because there's less material between where the baby is implanted, the embryonic sac, and the ultrasound wand, and it's more focused and directional. So here's the thing: you have to shove a wand into a vagina and find things. So that's what they're saying is an invasive procedure. Sounds reasonable to say it's invasive until you realize what the fucking abortion process actually is, which involves shoving a bunch of shit into a vagina, into a cervix, to insert a tube to vacuum suck out the insides. This was propaganda for people who are ignorant on the processes, and it worked. It worked because this is an uncomfortable subject, because people are not familiar with how birth works, with how ultrasounds work, without any. They're like, why would they have to do a vaginal ultrasound? It's like, if you go in for an early ultrasound in literally any pregnancy, they'll use a transvaginal ultrasound all of the time, because they have to, because the regular ultrasound won't find the baby. You can't see. But the abortion procedure itself is much more invasive than a transvaginal ultrasound. So they got this. They objected on the idea that it was invasive. And it's like, they're going to shove glass rods to dilate a cervix and then shove a tube in there. You're talking about an ultrasound being too invasive. Okay, fuck off. Can I please stop saying vaginal? No. No. We're speaking in reality here. It's fucking crazy to me. Again, wherever you stand on abortion is irrespective of the issue that this was false advertising 101. This is propaganda. Oh, this is an invasive procedure. It's less invasive than the procedure that they're aiming for, that they're asking for. Oh shit, I don't have this pulled up. Oh, here we go. Caused outrage amongst moderate voters and corporate leaders, helping vault a pro-business Democrat into the governorship the next year. In 2011, the Mississippi business community rallied to defeat a proposed state constitutional amendment that would have granted legal rights to a fertilized egg, defying the Roe versus Wade decision that was then in place. Even amid that drumbeat of controversy, a handful of big conservative-leaning states like Texas, Florida, and Georgia have defied predictions that anti-gay policies or laissez-faire gun laws would deter new investment. First of all, Texas, Florida, and Georgia do not have anti-gay policies, and laissez-faire gun laws are extremely popular amongst people. They just are. Indeed, Republican governors have recently grown more willing to defy big business. Literally good. Don't we not want corporatism? Republicans used to be corporatists. They're moving away from it. Thank fucking Christ they are. I don't. Okay. When Disney recently expressed disapproval of a Florida law limiting discussion of sexual orientation and gender identity in schools, Mr. DeSantis responded with a blistering attack. Okay, I'm not going to read the rest of this. This is fucking way too long. But you get the gist. It's an article bereft of data suggesting that a competitive advantage is aborting the future workforce. Okay. Good luck. I mean, I guess that's what you want to do. Then that's okay. I don't think it's going to turn out that way. Tank Commando. Wait, read that one. Crimsoneer. I might be an idiot trying to ninja Google at work. Just take my money. Doc Holiday says, can we keep abortion illegal in the womb, but make it legal to abort your child between the 64th and 100th trimesters? If it dyes its hair blue, gets face tattoos, and goes vegan, we'd be better off aborting them then. You had your chance. You fucked it up. Natalie Goldie, I've been diagnosed with PCOS. To verify this diagnosis, my doctor did a vaginal ultrasound to look at my ovaries. It was fine. Uncomfortable, but fine. Yeah. Yeah, it's not, I mean, it's not comfortable. It's not like it vibrates or rotates or anything fun. It just goes in there and they root around until they find it. Sorry you had to go through that. But the idea that it's like this massively invasive thing when you're about to go through a much more invasive procedure just bothers the fucking shit out of me. Mandy Karavich, I literally never in my life want to have a banana shake. You can have all of it. All right. I guess, is it time? Do we do this?
I'm bread!
Hello, my flock. It is time for the daily unbreaded. It is time, brothers and sisters, for that daily unbreaded. It is time for an exodus. It is time. I have not picked a page yet. This is the page from from Friday. So it is time for the exodus, the purging of the unclean, the thinning of the herd, the culling of the flock, if you will. Let's see. What do we got here? $382. Oh, that sounds like a good page to me. Here we go. Oh, that tequila. Oh, it's going to be. You guys did a doozy picking that tequila, though. What I noticed about tequila is that it keeps coming back for the rest of the night. Oh, God, I hate it. I hate it. All right. Are you ready? Brothers and sisters, quit watching Go Blind, lose your literacy. You wouldn't know if I was winning. If it was against the laws of thought, it wouldn't be possible to think it. Porn, abstinence, infinity. I can see the perfect porn because what I want to see shows up on the screen. What I don't want to see never shows up. I can feel porn by making the choice, and it feels as real and complete as if I am having sex with the woman in the video. Porn can be as immersive as I decide that I want to experience. The best porn is when you can't see the man or the woman does solo. Good angles matter. The woman should show the back of her head or the ass and feet while performing blowjobs. The back of her head feels realistic and does not distract you. No dicks in the scene. The sounds make it feel real, like you're there. Immersion. If the scene shows penetration at all, the dick shouldn't be emphasized. The male actor should be as dressed as possible, and the woman should be nude. It is best if the man is replaced by a mannequin. The woman should put lots of attention to the dialogue. The words matter as much as the scene. Most scenes have bullshit made up titles, but that doesn't mean it doesn't contribute to the experience. The title counts as much as the scene, unless the scene is amazing on its own. The male actor should wear full pants and long sleeve shirt. His face should never be in the scene. He should not make any sounds at all. No dialogue from the male actor. He should wear shoes and gloves. The sound quality matters as much as the visuals. The better the microphones used, the better the payoff for the viewers. 50% sounds and 50% visuals. If you can't hear the saliva, that's minus 50 out of 100 points. POV is nice, but best in front of a mirror or in the pose where the girl in on her chest and her ass and the soles of her feet can be seen. The female performer should be aware of her hands like a dancer. She should know that the softness and intensity she uses her hands can be seen by viewers. The more she enjoys herself, the more viewers will enjoy the scene. Male body hair should never be visible. The legs shouldn't be visible. Men should wear condoms in blowjob scenes as long as it doesn't take away from the female actors.
Unbread!
Ladies and gentlemen, that was our daily unbreaded. That was a good one. I like that page. That was a page full of some. That was a page. I don't know if I agree with all of that page, but it was a page full of some opinions. Full opinions. Can you imagine? Blowjobs with a condom? That's weird as fuck. That's weird as fuck to me. How do you... I don't know, man. Condoms are of the devil in general. A blowjob with a condom would take decades. That would take decades. I wouldn't even want it. Like, I feel like if I was walking around and a chick came up and said, no consequences, I will give you a blowjob right now, but you have to wear a condom. I'd say, I'm sorry, I have an appointment next week. What are we doing here? That's not going to happen. No thanks. That can't taste good either. Incorrect. Had one from a professional. If the girl has skills, you could be wearing a sock and it will feel great. No. Nope. Sorry, man. I don't need a second skin. I have a first one that works just fucking fine. If I need a condom to get a blowjob, I don't want the blowjob in the first place. I mean, that's true for me. Oh, shit. Can you wrap it in a fruit roll up instead? Look, I guess, like, if you want to do the fruit roll up would get so fucking sticky and slimy all over the place. I don't know about that either. Nick, you may think too much or not enough. Or not enough. You've been married too long, forgot about flavored condoms. Just get a flavored like spray or whatever. Why would you? That's going to taste better than any latex covered flavored thing anyway. You get massages and ask for the Deshaun Watson special. I don't know, man. I just would never. No, thank you. No, thanks. I've never needed a blowjob that bad in my life that I would wrap up first. No. Banaka yo dick. Oh, thank you, Exa, for saying that. Absinthe Minded says Nevada professionals usually require a condom for all acts. I get it, but that's why I would never hire one. What's my favorite flavor when it comes to condoms? Mint. I chew on a mint condom like gum, like fucking remember Coneheads? They blow the bubbles with the condoms. That was funny. That was a good. Coneheads was a funny movie. Okay, fruit roll up on dick, Go-Gurt for ass. Dude, the fruit roll up thing that's got to be so sticky. It's like edible underwear. I mean, same thing. Those are basically just a fruit roll up. I wouldn't deal with that shit. It's too slimy and sticky and fucking messy. Mr. Remakes, I'm pretty sure that's not the reason you wouldn't hire a hooker. No, I'm saying like in a hypothetical where like I ended up like a widower or something. I still wouldn't go hire a hooker who like or like I'm sorry, like I just wouldn't. If someone's like, yeah, it's got to be a condom, I'm like, nah, it's okay. I don't need it that bad. I hate them. 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 I have no use for them. I cast them aside. I will probably never get a vasectomy, and I would get a vasectomy before wearing a condom again. Fuck those things forever. Gross. Watch out, Lady Raggets. Nick scheming. Oh, she knows. She knows. How about birth control? I mean, there's all sorts of birth control that doesn't involve condoms at all. You seem traumatized by condoms? I am. They're fucking uncomfortable and horrible. It's been so many years and I still hate them. Zeno says, I feel sad about all Lady Ragged's been through. It's like so stressful. What with all the kids? One thing to remember with Lady Rackets is I had a small family. My idea was 1 or 2 kids. She wanted 7 originally. We arrived at 5. We're very happy with 5. But it's not people think like I forced her into all these babies or whatever. No, it was not me. It was not me. I mean, I didn't object. My original conception was like, 1 or 2 kids, because that's what I knew. Small family. But she knew big family. And we arrived at a pretty big family. You think Zeno means me? I'm a fucking gem. You meant the cesareans, etc. Oh, dude, I have 5 individual pregnancy horror stories. All of them are nightmares. I'm saving them for when my children get old enough, and I'll tell them the story of each of their births so that they never have premarital sex. Do I have twins? No. But yeah, I mean, all of our pregnancies were. Remember, we had 3 miscarriages first. I mean, before anything, and so every pregnancy was a nail biter. And we had some real scary issues with some of them, and some of them were just annoying. One of the pregnancies, I mean, she was sick from like as soon as we found out she was pregnant. And she remained, she had morning sickness, which they say morning sickness, but it's all day sick, really. But she had all day sickness through delivery. That was a hard pregnancy. That was a really hard pregnancy. We had a pregnancy where they told us we might have to have one of those medical procedures that would end the pregnancy. We had to sit on that for, I think, 3 weeks before we found out that we did not have to end the pregnancy. That was a hard fucking time. And then that pregnancy got weirder and weirder. They thought the baby might have Down syndrome or some other thing, trisomy, whatever, because there was a quad test that was unsure. We had to do the genetic test. The genetic test increases the risk of miscarriage. We were already high risk. It's fucking horrifying. Wouldn't trade it for the world. That little one that's a special one right there. That's a special one right there. That was you too, but a cesarean would have been hard for me. I was sick about that. The cesareans are hard. Like they have a much longer recovery time. They're not the nicest procedure. They're really brutal when they're emergency too. I mean, because they get in there quick. It's like they get you in, they numb you up, and they have that baby out fucking fast. And a lot of times you've already got the epidural. So they just go in and, I mean, that baby is out in minutes. It's crazy. But no, the first emergency cesarean we had was my daughter, her arm was out. Her arm was sticking out. And if they delivered her naturally, it would have broken her arm and shoulder and could have caused real problems. The doctor had to hold the baby in until the cesarean was ready. So he's sitting there prepping for the cesarean. He's sitting there like pushing the baby in, and she's grabbing his hand, right? The baby's grabbing his hand. The amniotic bag broke. So they had a really short time to get the baby out. It's terrifying. It was so fast that like by the time I got scrubbed up, I got in there as they were pulling the baby out. But it was, that's what you do. You gotta do it. One boy and the rest. No, 2 boys, 3 girls. Why? So why that happened? So that was an interesting one. Again, I could tell you birth stories all day that'll make you never want to have children. But Lady Ragged, this was our third pregnancy, was going great. Third baby was going great. Baby was head down. Everything was fine. She's in labor. We're just kind of waiting. It was going at first like the smoothest of the previous pregnancies. And then she's like, you know what? I'm going to take a bath because this labor lasts for fucking ever. Like there's the intense labor, but then there's like the pre-labor where things like you start moving and then you go and you just sit in the hospital and you're bored most of the time. Cause like contractions are regular. They're not fast enough, not dilated enough. So you just have to wait. So you're just fucking there. You're bored. Like that one, I'm pretty sure. So I was on my Facebook page. I'm pretty sure that's the one that I was live blogging on Facebook as if it was an H.P. Lovecraft book. So I was giving updates like every 10 minutes on the labor as if it were H.P. Lovecraft and telling a horror story through it. It was fucking fun. But then like you get to this point where I would just fall asleep, narcolepsy, fall asleep for, 20 minutes, 30 minutes at a time, wake up when she needed something. So she goes, hey, I'm going to go take a bath and calm down, be comfortable. So she goes to take a warm bath. She gets done in the bath and she goes to get out of the bath and she steps out of the bathtub and the baby turns, baby's head down. That's the way they need to come out, right? I mean, you can pull them out by their feet, but it's dangerous because you don't know what's going on with the umbilical cord in the neck. So typically you want the baby head down. So you pull the head out. If the umbilical cord is wrapped, you can take care of that right away. Anyway, baby turns transverse, which is sideways. You're not delivering a sideways fucking baby. So then the doctor has to come in and try and turn the baby back head down. This is called a version. We've had 2 versions. First one successful. This one was not. So he goes and he got the epidural in. So they're numb. Thank God. Cause this would hurt like fucking hell. But they push their hands through the, like, not through the stomach. They're not like reaching in, but they push into the stomach like a big ball of bread dough and get under the baby and try and rotate them. So he was able to rotate the baby, but when he did it, it broke the amniotic fluid sac. And then the baby needs to come out pretty quickly because that's how they breathe. And then, but the baby reached out with the arm. So that's why he had to do the cesarean. It was very, very terrifying, actually. But the aftercare on the cesarean was way grosser than anything else. I'll save that for another day. Aversion, not aversion. No, it's version, not aversion. See, goody. How many babies have you been through? Look it up. Version is where they turn the baby in the womb. Not aversion, not inversion. God damn it. Again, like, I'm not a doctor, but I have a shitload of fucking experience with this stuff. Way more than I want. Because it would have been easy if every pregnancy and delivery were just normal and fine and simple, but they weren't. It's not an inversion. It's just version. How many ribs did my babies have? Enough. Okay. So anyway, that's that. See, goody with a super chat says, we're making a website dedicated to the unbreaded way of life. If you'd like to be a part of how it shapes out as it develops, sign up at theunbreaded.com. Also looking for some commissioned art / artists, hit me up. There you go. All right. Not a doctor, but a damn good gynecologist. I have lots of vaginal experience. Okay. All right. We're going to read the rest of these super chats and wrap up the show. The show went way longer than I thought. It always does these days. External cephalic version from Isaac Maccabee. Yeah. There you go. That's what it's. I think that's the official title. Our doctor always just called it versions. Freethinker McJones. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. Go get it. Okay. This wasn't long for, I mean, we're at 4 hours and 15 minutes and we're not done. It's a little long for a Monday stream. Someday I'll get back to Twitch again. We got to watch more Terminal List. I watched episode 2 with Lady Rackets. I'm pumped to watch more Terminal List with the chat. I'm liking the show so far. And I gotta get back. I have to load up Elden Ring and go play and like kill a few things so I can go try Millennia again. Mandy says you're not that into it. Well, that's your problem. Kellyam says, damn it, you did. Oh, I'm going to watch episode 2 with the chat. I'm still going to watch it with the chat. I'm not going to like skip ahead. Dude, are you banned on Twitch? That's a big marketplace. No, I'm not banned on Twitch. I just keep going too long on YouTube. I still haven't beaten her. I haven't played since before Depp. Okay, here we go. SC Medic 71 says, don't the plans on the executive order cross the line of the Hyde Amendment? No, I don't think there's anything in the executive order that crosses anything because it doesn't do anything. It's all about recommendations and developing strategy, filing reports. It's a pointless amendment. It's a political gesture. Asteria says you can do both. No. Whatever, not your manager. Wait, can do both what? No, I haven't had time to do Twitch. That's all. I do both when I have time. I just haven't had time to do it lately because I'm on YouTube. I can't do both at the same time. As a Twitch partner, I cannot simultaneously broadcast to Twitch and another platform. I have to wait 48 hours to move any Twitch content to another platform, if that's what you're talking about. Okay. So that's to answer that question. Wolf V, did Ricada Law buy some Rippaverse stuff? I have not. I'm going to talk to him about what I can grab. Because I'd love to support him. I just, I haven't been over there. Zalcor07, what a better way to spend a Monday evening after a long and exhausting day of protests and being fucking stuck for hours at a police station. I reiterate, you hate emails like I hate cops. Fuck. That sucks, brother. Chank Satom, how many BJs did Hurd's PR team promise to these simps who didn't watch 10 continuous seconds of the trial to make inane and idiotic legal commentary that only impugns and calls into question their own professional integrity? I have no idea. No idea at all. I mean, they're baffling. Aprendicon Flower says medical abortions accounted for less than 10% of total abortions. I would think it's probably way less. Chang Satom, women are sex-driven bestial creatures with untamable libidos who cannot control themselves and not have sex. This is the only functional interpretation of a need for abortions. I have a feminist solution that counters this misogynistic idea with bodily autonomy and femme power. Ladies, stop hoeing. Absent-minded says, as I said at the beginning of the stream, that lazy start makes for a late finish every time. You do you, boo, but this is a thing. It doesn't. There's several other reasons, but that's okay. Philip Booty, because I had that lazy start for 4 years, basically. That lazy start wasn't making for long shows before. There's a lot more super chats now because there's more people watching. And I also am happy to go on long rants about whatever when I care about stuff. Philip Booty says 4D chess. SCOTUS overturns Roe, knowing that it will be back in front of them soon with the express intention of having the argument contain Wickard versus Filburn, and they yeet that out of existence too. Stop. I can't ejaculate on stream. Don't talk to me like that. No more dirty talk, you fucker. Jote Oat. Been killing it with eBay lately, so have a couple bucks. Thank you. Looking forward to listening to this at work tomorrow. Thanks for all the content. Based Shaman. I hate Johnny Depp and Heard. They've turned all my favorite YouTubers into TMZ. F Depp. We didn't spend that much time on it over the past 2 weeks, really. I think just this one show was Depp related, and I tried to keep it pretty fucking short. Aaron Allums, how do I get my hubby to be the man of the house with disciplining the kids without sounding like a nagging bitch? When I discuss a new rule with him, he says, okay, you go tell them, without much backup. That's a tough one. Discipline is a rough subject because it really sucks being a sole disciplinarian in the house. It really sucks having to be the one who's always punishing kids. Lady Raggets and I try to split it up and we try to back each other up. But we talk about it. You got to be on the same page. But we have some different opinions that we have to work out. I grew up with like rated R movies. 6, 7 years old, didn't matter. She didn't. So like deciding what our kids can watch on YouTube, which is different. There's no rating system, or even on Netflix or whatever, is a hard task. Like what are the limits? What do we care about? What do we believe in? I don't know. Our kids mostly just want to watch trash, like not sexy trash, just trash. And they're like, oh, can I watch Steven Universe? No. Why? It's fucking bad. But, yeah, lately, we just for a long time, really, we've just tried to be on the same page. We talk about stuff. Most importantly, we have each other's backs in the moment. And if we disagree about how something was handled, we talk about that after, away from the kids. I don't know how you convince your husband to be the sole disciplinarian if that's what you want, but that's a heavy mantle. Personally, I would try and find a way to make sure you're both disciplining the kids, because it really sucks to be the one who says, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this. And then the other person's like never having to do that. It doesn't feel good. So, yeah, my kids are absolutely banned from watching my shows. That's very true. Let's see. X says, can you do an extra topic now? Like, could we watch the Taco Gate comments? What the fuck is Taco Gate? Someone tell me. I saw a bunch of taco stuff early. I didn't know what it was. What's Taco Gate? My kids can watch a show at 18. They just really, I tell this is not a kid show. Jill Biden gaff. Oh, okay. I haven't seen it. She's stuffing tacos over there. She compared tacos to Latinos. I do that, but I'm being racist. Look, you got shrimp tacos, you got steak tacos, you got traditional tacos, you got chicken tacos, pork tacos, fish tacos. Those are weird, extra stinky if you ask me. Can you imagine? Jesus. Oh. Matthew Perkins says, get that butt. Touchdown. Paper unbreaded. Matthew Perkins also says, who's Pedo Pete? Sergeant Orc. Matt C. Harris commands, get that butt. Jonathan Ozarok. Did you see/hear about Lauren Southern's video manifesto exposing liars on the right wing who exploited the faith of their supporters? No. Who'd she name? Did she name them and shame them? Samael 527. Nick, when you coming back to Washington State? God, it's been a long time. Oh, wait, no, I was in Seattle not that long ago. I don't know. Want to buy you a drink. Last time you came here, I was off the internet, so I missed that you were staying in Poulsboro, 5 miles from my house, to my shame. Fuck. Sorry, brother. I don't know. I'd like to go back at some point. William Barnes, there is a constitutional prohibition against abortion in the 14th. Can't discriminate based on age to provide unequal protections against murder. There you go. That's an interesting idea. Yeah. So wait, did Lawrence, who did Paul Joseph Watson, Milo? That's it? That's all she named? Okay. Can I do an update on Jussie Smollett at some point? Is there an update to have? I don't know. I guess I got to look. Blue Vero, better pack those Daisy Dukes. Cledge Fenrir, I missed the other day. Did you actually cover the NFA overturn possibility law case? Nope. It's a 7-hour stream and haven't found where you talked about it yet. Nope, I didn't. But to make it up, I'm going to bring Fudbusters on and this week, and we'll talk about it. He's, I believe, the guy who filed it. So that'll be great. She called out Rebel News too. Selrin says, want more D&D content? Check out the D&D logs. John O'Rourke, I enjoy viewing. Hey, my guy, I'm not denying you ever went to law school, but can you legally practice law in any state? Are you legal to actually practice? Yes, Minnesota. I'm licensed in Minnesota. Can and regretfully on occasion have to practice here, but I prefer not to. But yes, I've been licensed in Minnesota since 2000. 15 or 16. I can't remember. It doesn't matter to me. One of those two, either 6 or 7 years. Okay, next. Silver Warrior. Been trying to look at other tabletop RPGs that are not D&D, and you read that one. AG Biochemist. Your best buddy, the Ralph male, bought some gay girly Ray-Bans. Lol, is Ralph an undercover gay? Yes. He's an out-of-cover gay as well. I saw those things. Someone sent me. They're like, look, Ralph bought women's sunglasses, and they had like the sunglasses pictured and then the woman's sunglasses listing. And I was like, you needed to look that up? I can look at those sunglasses and tell you those are women's sunglasses. It was really weird. Double Brewski, shout out to Young Ripa 59, Eric July, starting his comic company today and clearing 800K in 12 hours. No woke BS. Grosser Hund, chat recommended Josh Strife Hayes. I think he needs a severe roasting for advocating drinking colorful, sugary little girls' drinks with a tiny umbrella. Gay. Who the fuck is that? White guy named Tyrone says, can you give a toast to Eric July for making almost 900K in one day for his new comic book? Sure. Been drinking a lot of this Alamo Black Label. It's good stuff. To Eric July, a man of conviction, of principle, of charisma and character, a man who decided to bring something into existence, put his money, time, treasure, and talent into it, and has produced something beautiful. May he reap rewards beyond comprehension, beyond expectation, and beyond the weeping of his detractors. Cheers, brother. Can't wait to see you at Matsuri. My brain tried to convince me that was the tequila. My brain, like before I drank it, I used a different glass. This is the tequila glass, which I will burn after this stream. I used a completely different glass, and my brain tried to convince me that I was going to drink more of that tequila. It's so fucking scared of it. Elephant says, you have been a lawyer since date admitted 5/08/15, according to the Minnesota Bar. FYI, you're due to expire in October. Yeah, every year in October. Expire on October 1st and update. Have to update, but thank you. Yeah, okay, so it was 2015. So it's been 7 years now. It's crazy. I lost track. I remember waiting so long because it was like, at 5 years, I can just get licensed in Texas just in case I ever get to move there. And then now it's 7 years, and well, maybe I should. I'm not drinking any fucking Malort tonight, Chance. Hate Malort. Recovery Anonymous says, in your professional opinion, Professor Nicholas, which martial art is best? Depends what you want to do, man. Depends what you want to do. The martial art that's best is the one that teaches you discipline, bodily control, physical fitness, and an awareness of danger. That's it. Other than that, it's all how you use it. I mean, there are dudes who just do taekwondo that'll fuck you up. And then there are dudes who do jiu-jitsu that can fuck you up. And then there's dudes who do either one of those that are complete bitches. Okay. See Goody says, can you give Eric July Young Ripa a shout out? Yes, we did. Josh, if you get to name your locks summon, my vote is, my warlock summon, Tentacles. That's a good one. I'll have to think. Emily says, hey, Zeus, How would one go about explaining that Nick's channel is fun without being called a racist misogynist? I see woman. I don't know. Like, he has the biggest, blackest, gayest friend. So he can't be racist or misogynistic. Maybe that's it. He has a black friend. I hear that works. Someone's like, oh, that guy's a racist. Well, he has a black friend. Try that. See if that works. I don't know. Jakal says you should get yourself canonized in the Rippaverse, Nick. 5K in the nose can be an actual superhero. Bad Weather Biker. Kurt is Ralph in drag. Damn. Revenge of the Sis. Our channel, Clips channel, got demonetized for reused content of our own. You know a good lawyer? No, I've never met one in my life. All lawyers are shit scumbags. But I know a shit scumbag lawyer if you need some help. Emily says Amber Heard and Elaine Bredehoff doing this to narrate the Hallmark movie. Snow Queen, welcome to Paralegal. I think I said that earlier. Night James 2, saw your art on Flashcast Joe Ball. I can't wait for my copy. Please make sure you finish the story and don't pull a Miura on us. God rest his soul. Leon Johansson, as a board member of the Penis Club, the Pen 15 Club, fuck. We accept Juror 15 into our ranks and offer him an honorary Medal of Courage. Michael Sanger, Occam's Razor, born in 45 in 2022. You are 77 years old. Born 77 in 2022. You're 45 years old. Before Y2K, people used to only say the last two digits of a year. There you go. E Honda says, I told everyone on my friend's stream about the Baldo. It was a big hit. It's pretty funny. I'm considering reading the Wired review of the Baldo live, but I need the right guest on to help me read it because it's really fucking funny. But I learned that the Baldo is not for double penetration. I thought that's what it was for, but upon further research, that's not what it's for. Which makes it even more curious, if you ask me. That's a thing. Okay, next. E fell on yesterday's topic of art. Who wants to look at just an ordinary hero forever? You want the ultimate. You pull out the stops and do everything in extremes. Frank Franzette, artist of Conan. Yes. They're supposed to be heroes. They're supposed to be heroes. Shelly Cobb, Biden was the fastest swimmer. YouTube wouldn't let me say sperm in my original message. As Farrell, are you a painter? Just notice behind you, you are so deep, my Pope, fellow arrest. I think you mean artist. As Farrell, I paint miniatures rarely. I want to do more. I just don't have a ton of time. But minis, I would love to like get some oil paints and canvas and paint, but I don't know how to do that. Artists do something amazing. They visualize things back to front, so they layer things on top. I don't know how to do that. I mean, I should. It doesn't seem like it'd be that hard, but artists just do it. I don't know how to do it. I would love to take a painting like George Bush or Hunter Biden. Obsidian Blade was listening to Baldo stream at work. Can't remember the last time I've laughed that hard. Had to pause at the Uvalde's nuts chat, so I didn't lose it while the boss is on the phone. Best stream ever. That's a good stream on Friday. Do a stream with painting on locals. Well, I do painting with Az, and I'll do a painting with Az and Sargon stream here on YouTube during the daytime. I got to talk to those guys. I'm going to set it up. I'm going to try and set it up tonight or tomorrow or whatever, because I want to do it before we leave for our big trip. Obsidian Blade was listening to, read that one. Scarfy the Strange. If Roe lied, then abortion was legalized under a false flag. Yes. Timothy Reaper, Whammon can't be trusted. Why else would you call it misinformation? YouTube bot must agree because it didn't like the word women. Mike C, aka Hydrocoptic. FYI, been hoping you'd notice your flies down, bud. Usually. At some point in my life, I actually stopped zipping up. Just as an automatic function after going to the bathroom. I don't know why. Bubbles says, I'm a bio grad. I won't risk a threat to my health, MO, posed by wanted pregnancy with my husband. Never been pregnant, but have reproductive issues. I don't know what MO means. Bubbles says lawmakers have stated that ectopic pregnancies are not an excuse for abortion. Yeah, but I think first of all, that's ridiculous. Second of all, I think that's a minority of lawmakers. And third of all, as long as there is an exception for the life of the mother, ectopic pregnancies are off the table automatically. I don't think modus operandi is what she was saying, because it says, I won't risk a threat to my health, in parentheses, MO, posed by wanted pregnancy with my husband. So I'm not sure what that is. But one simple thing, like if you're not intending to get pregnant at all, you could get your tubes tied. He could get a vasectomy, or you could have an IUD. All of these things have extremely high effective rates, 99% plus on all of them. So, I mean, there are ways to do it that don't involve getting pregnant and then having an abortion, which, if your plan is to never have any children, which is a fine plan to have, won't catch me judging you, I would eliminate the pregnancy, because the abortion procedure can have negative side effects. And why add that risk? But maybe there's a part of your health history that I don't understand. I don't know. Contrarian 420, this is a miscarriage of justice. Todd Cashmitter, shout out to the late Stoby the hobo. Died doing what he loved right as he was on the verge of starting some really great stuff. No idea who that is. Allie Barnett, thank you for the donation. Grace Audit, babies unwanted suffer beyond being born. I foster kids of abusive homes and there's no coming back. Not being wanted and drugs. I can give you many examples. It's a cycle. It's in their brain, no attachment. Yeah, but being dead is not a better alternative than being unwanted. In my humble opinion, personally, I don't think being dead is worse than is better than being unwanted. But that being said, if they're unwanted and there is no abortion, we have a solution for that. There used to be an adoption industry in the US that thrived. There could be again. MAGA, make adoption great again. You actually could have adopted babies. There's a wait list that's a mile fucking long. But adoptions, as we've developed them in the post-Roe era, have become so expensive, so onerous, and so ridiculous that it's impossible. There's a bunch of people out there who would adopt a newborn baby. An absolute insane amount of people who would adopt newborn babies, if you'd only let them and make it practical. But right now, adoptions cost like $20,000 cash or more. Mad Dog says, sorry, I'm cheap, but I'm running a sheriff's campaign. No apologies needed. What are your thoughts on constitutional sheriffs and their organization? My thoughts kind of echo Glenn Beck's. He kind of opened my eyes to the idea that the sheriff is actually supposed to represent the people of its county at a level that is basically detached from the rest of government. Sheriffs can and should wield massive amounts of power in favor of the populace against undue burdens from the lawmakers. That's what I think about sheriffs. And sheriffs enforcing constitutional rights on behalf of the citizens is one of the greatest gifts that a county can have. So if that's what you're in for, go do it. Please, please protect your people. Grace Audit says, I'm pro-choice, but I see how drugs can mess up babies forever. Not a joke. It's a cycle. My heart to those lives. They can. They can. It's Melkor. Quit being reasonable. It's no fun. Kate C., a.k.a. Snake Plush Kitten. Nick, in 1954, 20 years before Roe, my mom was rushed to the hospital with an ectopic pregnancy. Sadly, my mom only survived a mere 53 years, dying at age 86. Oh, I'm glad she did. I'm glad she did. Ryoji Mata says, my sister's name is Alexa and she's watching. Oh no, shit, Mr. Lulzbot. Bruin's text history and tradition standard is the biggest thing from this term. It can be applied to all fundamental rights. Sarah says, true turtle eggs are protected, so should be human. Gurn Raptor, viability standard is racist. White person, New York versus native Brazilian jungle. Classist, rich person versus poor person in West Virginia, and timist, today versus 200 years ago. Renegeric, stem cells aren't the only profitable product of the business of late abortion. Lately, cerebrospinal fluid in particular, bad news for a new virus. See, Goody, why would the bad end of a pickaxe be the skinnier, non-pointy, regularly shaped end? Are you daft? Don't answer that. We know you're retarded. The wooden end is thicker than the pointy end, but maybe you like thick things in your ass. Scarvy the Strange says, if only the feds protected schools as much as abortions. Critter watchers, so they're willing to forego numerous and cumbersome laws / safety regulations in place of for any other surgery center in order to have mobile abortion vans. Yep. Pope Rackets touched me. Only where you liked it. If they didn't fight the Mississippi law and New York Second Amendment case, these decisions wouldn't have come down at the moment, but these people wanted to force other people who think different. Yep, it's true. Emily, genuine question. What's the difference between that and an organ donor? An organ donor, I mean, first of all, again, if the baby's dead or the person is dead, I don't care what you do with their bodies. The parents might care, but that's my opinion, because I don't like going to funerals. They're not there. Jesus said, let the dead bury the dead, right? We got work to fucking do. So that's kind of my opinion is go on living. And with that, I don't care what happens to bodies after they're dead. Like, put me in a pine box. Don't waste your time and money on me. But there is a difference between a baby who had no agency being used for medical purposes and an organ donor being used for medical purposes because they make the choice. I mean, does that difference matter is a different question, but it is a distinct difference. As Farrell says, we let the states decide the death penalty. Why is this so different? Is it because the women that get abortions are more likely to get entitlements? Yeah. Well, the state wants to be God and the state wants to be dad. So God and dad have power over, like, dad gets to dissuade daughter from entering bad relationships, being pregnant or whatever. God gets to kill whoever God wants to kill. The state needs to be God and dad, because then the state can be the source of inspiration and guidance and the source of money. And when the state has you, it can buy your vote. Timothy Reaper, if you want to lose all faith in humanity, watch my videos. Nick Ricada. Very true. Emily, how to Likita Ra. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You just type it in. Joe Sullivan, anchor fetuses apparently have the rights to citizenship at conception, have the power to grant it to the birthing persons, but hey, it's just a parasite. Oh, is that true? I didn't even think about immigration. That's interesting. Absent-minded says, I'm unfamiliar with that Jesus content. At some point, could you please expound a bit on that sentiment of letting the dead bury the dead? Jesus, they needed to go somewhere, and he's like, let's go. And they're like, well, but they've got, these people my father had died and I have to help settle his affairs and do the funeral or whatever. And he's like, let the dead bury the dead. Let me find the. It's Luke 9:60. Okay, so Luke 9:59 says, to another he said, follow me. But he said, Lord, let me first go and bury my father. And Jesus said to him, leave the dead to bury their own dead. But as for you, go and proclaim the kingdom of God. Yeah, what he's saying is, we don't have time. We don't have time for this. You've got a job to do. That job for that guy is going and proclaiming God. Your father's dead. Like, let the people who don't know what's coming, who don't follow me, who don't know the truth. That's what he means by the dead, because he is life, right? And those who believe in him will have eternal life, et cetera, et cetera. He's saying, let everybody else deal with it. That's over. Let's go. Let's go. We got a job to do. So that's, I mean, my basic concept is, like, I'll go to funerals, but if I miss them, I'm not that worn out about it. Bookham Dano says, just got a hernia op today and I have hiccups. Help. Oh, fuck. There's no help. Sorry. Emily, depends when that person defines a baby versus embryo. Yep. And that's why the state question is so important. Why the states get to answer the question, because the state populations basically get to determine when life begins. Laughing Dog, I have a theory that no one educated in law will sign their name to any abortion on demand law that will be recorded forever. Okay. Joe Sullivan, royal families have bestowed privilege and property to fetuses even before they're born, not just British royalty, and that supersedes all common law, unbreaded. Home base, if you still have scratch-offs, you scratch off the QR code part, scan it using your state's Lotto app, and find out if it's a winner rather than scratch off every single one, save you a ton of time. Yeah, but the scratching off is the point. Lady Raggets wakes up and scratches off a bunch of tickets. It's kind of funny because there's so many left. Cornelius Buttknuckles says Smokey's Pub and Grill in East Bethel and Q Fanatic in Champlin and on Nicollet in South Minneapolis are probably the barbecue in Minnesota, best barbecue in Minnesota, I'm guessing. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know. Matt McCary, just curious, what law school did you go to? I went to William Mitchell, Mitchell Hamlin. Me too, Matt. William Mitchell College of Law. I graduated the semester before it turned to Mitchell Hamlin. Character Holding says, drink the swill, bigot. Phoenix Lord Azerman, as an Illinoisian who lives near Chicago, or as I call it, Comero, businesses would be crazy to come here. We're in desperate need of reform that I doubt we will ever get. Oh, yeah, it'd be insane. Corrections 101 for Lady Racket's feet pics for us degenerates and drink. Instagram. Her feet are on my Instagram. Check it out. If you really need them. She has a great hyssop tattoo on her right foot, I believe. And that is visible on one of the Instagram pictures. Polish says, it's Malort time. Thank you. Thank God it wasn't. Alan Mellon, Q60 all-wheel drive twin turbo or the new Nissan Z. Roger, Vet will hold way more value over the Challenger. GTR is the best looking car out there. I really like how the new Vets look personally. Alan Mellon, the Infiniti Q60 with the V6 twin turbo and all-wheel drive for that winter. Corrections 101, toast to my favorite woman on the right of the night, Coco. She didn't deserve to pass away face down in a trap house full of STDs and crabs. Rip my precious Coco. Holy shit. Eric Miller, I sent you a direct message on Twitter at Puns for Freedom about an ex-abortion doctor. Kevin Dorr, Charlie Baker is a Democrat. Pay no attention to the GOP tag. They like to have fake GOP governors. The Democratic polls love him because they agree 98% of the time. Let's talk about prepping. Says there once was a plant that was a male birth control, and we ate it to extinction. Yeah, you want to know how an abortion pill will never be missed? Just have a man Have it be a male abortion pill, which they're working on. It's close. Bob Piffle. But if I secretly traveled to Mars with an adult magazine and left my DNA, would not the scientific community be shouting life? We found life on Mars. I bet you they would. Of course they would. The only good MLC car is a 69 Camaro. I would have to do so much to an old car to make me like driving it. I would have to modernize the interior so much because I'm such a spoiled piece of shit. Got to take my nighttime allergy meds. Suck it. I hope you get better from the coof, brother or sister. Probably brother. I see your message there. Don't worry about the super chats, man. YouTube's a bitch. It's not you. Keep it up. Get healthy. Get some rest. Keep eating. Keep drinking. Keep breathing, please. All right. Poorly redacted. My favorite BS hobby I like to tell people I have is amateur proctology. UK LSA says, hey, Nick, love the content. Just wanted to say, keep up the good shows. Hey, thank you. Edwin Castillo says, no perjury, Amber and her turds if under an oath. Yeah, they're just not going to do perjury on civil cases 99.999% of the time. Samantha Schoner, I was born with hydrocephalus and had to have brain surgery. If it had been detected earlier, the doctors would have pressured my mom to abort. God, see, it's so scary to think about that. And again, I know so many disabled people. I know people with autism have reached out to me and said, the idea that people think that my life might not be worth living and that I should have been killed in the womb is fucking disturbing. Also, since they're autistic, they tracked down all the people who did that and they threw Thomas the Tank Engines at them. Very rude. Very rude. CG said, advice for getting into decent law school is a second career. I earned a computer science degree a decade ago with around a 3.0 GPA. Well, I don't know about getting into a decent law school, but whatever law school you want to get into, decent or shitty, it doesn't matter. Schedule an appointment with the admissions staff. Say, hey, I would like to come check out the school. Can someone in the admissions department show me around? Tell me about it. Talk about the admissions process, because you're putting a name to a face for them. They're going to look at hundreds, if not thousands, of applications. And when they see yours pop up and go, oh, hey, that's that person. They told me this story about their sister or whatever. That connection could mean you getting into a school versus not. You can't do anything about your LSAT score. Go ace your LSAT. That's one way to do it. Can't do anything about your LSAT score, your previous GPA, but your life experience is going to be worth a lot. Your LSAT score will be worth a shitload if it's high. And then most importantly, just get a name to a face. Get in front of these people. Admissions departments are small. Couple women, usually. Sometimes men are there, but it's an administrative job at a college. A lot of them are women. It's not discriminatory. It's just true. So it's a couple women. And when they see your name and they recognize it, that will be a big boon for you. Baldo Gagger 4000 says, the Baldo is not for DP. My life is a lie. Baconism. I was adopted and I'm thankful to be alive. Mark Sermon says, the government sees God as competition. Yep. That's why the commies banned religion. CM, what is your opinion on Blanton's original single? Never had it. Looking forward to having some at some point. And then finally, Sean Sandhu. Have you heard of Bernard Nathanson? Really interesting figure in abortion history, including his controversial Silent Scream film. Nope. Not off the top of my head. Timothy Reaper, people who use the better off dead argument hate it when you point out that they support eugenics. I can't judge the value of another person's life positively or negatively. There are a lot of people out there who look like they're living large and they're fucking tortured by demons all day, right? Like as a shit example, Chester Bennington, Robin Williams, these guys at the top of the fucking world, the tops of their industries, wildly famous, objectively wealthy, and yet tie a belt around their fucking neck and die. I would say their lives were valuable. They brought art, they brought music, they brought pleasure, they brought jokes, they brought entertainment to millions and millions of people. And yet, for them, their life wasn't that valuable, wasn't that good. How are we able to judge what other people's lives are worth? To them, can't do it. In my opinion, that's me. So that's the show, guys. Thanks for hanging out. We're going to call this one quits. We'll see you tomorrow at some point in time, definitely at night. Well, most likely at night. And hopefully I can do a daytime show and catch up on some fucking super chats from the past 2 Fridays. All right, guys. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more a love rug. The spirits glow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law